for them to inform us about the state of implementation of the state of emergency and what effect it has on the life of the people in this country. Honorable Speaker, much have been said yesterday, but notwithstanding, we also have to say our quotas. In the report, as it is stated, this committee have visited ministries or departments, health centers, markets, and borders. Honorable Speaker, as I said, the time that we established this special select committee and the time also that we approved the 45 days, I said it here that when we say our borders are closed, borders are not closed. And I still stand by that, to say that borders are not closed. If you look at the select committee, the borders that they have visited, those are established borders. But what about the porous borders? The porous borders, are they not part of the Gambia? They are part of the Gambia. And the time, the 45 days, if you look at the number of cases, then it was not up to that extent. We approved 45 days, we said we close our borders, and the cases has increased. So that should be a signal to all of us that we should not forget our porous borders. We should not forget them. No matter regulation, Honorable Speaker, we put it in place. If we don't look at these porous borders, we will not achieve what we want. We will never. I'm just making a suggestion. The time that the committee went out, even they cannot visit all the porous borders, but there are police stations at those locations. Let them go to those police stations, hear from them what their constraints are. There they will be able to know. Those, securities there also, they are doing their lot, but they have their constraint at their end. As you stated on the other side that they visited. Mobility is a constraint. Others complain they are not paid allowances. And you don't go to those people at the porous borders. You don't go to those securities and know there are constraints. You only stop at those established borders. And they also have their constraint. They go. That's my suggestion. Honorable Speaker, in the report also that when we approve for 45 days, then these regulations were not amended. It was earlier on they amended these ones. I think, as they stated in the report, that the Minister of Justice, made his suggestion to them that they should at least involve the National Assembly for confirmation. And there, the regulations, there are changes, like markets. They said markets open from 6 a.m. to 1 p.m. And in the regulation, Madam Speaker, is it clearly stated there that rural areas markets should be closed? In that, is it clearly stated there in the regulation that the rural market should close? The Lumos, they are also markets. It is clearly stated that they should close. The markets here, they are operating. But the lumos at the rural areas, especially the council, Kuntar Area Council, all the councils are receiving incomes every day. But Kuntar Area Council, why are they receiving? Because they depend on the lumos. They depend on the lumos. And those areas, if they want to buy food or other things, they go to the lumos. Now the lumos are closed. I think the government should look at this. When the government open the markets here, they should also open the lumos and strategize. And say, okay, now, they also open from 6 a.m. to 1 p.m. The others, they go, all the others come, so that they can have something. Honorable Speaker, most of the people, they rely on these lumos. Without lumos, they will not survive. The lumos should open, Honorable Speaker. The lumos should open, and we look at it, how we are going to strategize it. The Ministry of the Interior will also assist us in that. Anybody who is entering with the health personnel, anybody who is entering, they check him or her, so that they can also earn their living. Honorable Speaker, in the report, the religious leaders, they met with the committee. But the religious leaders, what they proposed to them, that they prefer to pray in their churches or mosques Sundays and Fridays. They made it clear in the report. They made it clear. So, and if you go to the market or you go to the other areas, it is in the report. The challenge is there is social distance. It's a big challenge. As they stated, the social distance. The social distance is not recognized in the markets. And now you tell others, no, don't operate. Are we fair to the rural people? We are not fair to the rural people. If we go to the market here, even though I don't want to mention markets, I visited markets. You pave way to enter. And these markets at the rural area is only once in a week. Once in a week. It's not every day. It's once in a week. I see no reason why they should not be open when others are opening here. The mosques also, they should be open. Don't you know that, Honorable Speaker, some people, especially the vulnerable guys, what they earn at these churches, what they earn at the mosque, anytime people gather, it's too much. They go and buy food for their family. But now those people are suffering, Madam Speaker. They are suffering. They are suffering because of churches are closed, mosques are closed. They are suffering. And we said we want everybody to, be comfortable. How can the vulnerable guys be comfortable? Let's try and strategize and open the lumos, open the mosques and the churches so that we can pray to God. This disease can go. Because that's the only solution. That's the only solution. It's an all-world, issue. Everybody is threatened with this deadly disease. So we must try and do something. Honorable Speaker, in their report, there is one important thing that the committee missed, that is education. I don't know why they forget about education. This online classes is going on. Other speakers have said it here. Even in Combo here, people are not, forcing their kids to listen to these online classes, talk less of rural areas that are at the disadvantaged state. You go to other areas, electricity is a problem. Network is a problem. And we are violating Section 30, the Constitution. Everybody has right to education. So, at least as the saying goes, I see, I remember. I hear, I forget. I do, I understand. Those down there, they are not seeing anything. They are not seeing. And they are not hearing. Because other areas coverage is a problem. Honorable Speaker, those areas also has to be looked at. Honorable Speaker, the food package, I said it here, that why should we give them 45 days? And they made it clear they have no package at that time for the people. They made it clear, yeah. The time we are approving 45 days, they said they don't have package for the people. They said they are going to look at it in their report. They said it. Till now, the food are distributed, but it is not shared. It is not shared among people. It is limited, Honorable Speaker. It is limited. Honorable Speaker, I always want to give examples at my area because I don't want anybody to say, oh, how do you know that? That's why anytime I'm giving example, I give example at my place. 400 bags is at my own village. Looking at the population of that village, about 173 households. And 8 villages is going to share that 400 bags. It's still lying there. They are thinking how to do it. They are still thinking, only rice. There is no oil, no nothing. Except rice, these 408 villages should share this. And we are here again today to say that we want to extend. At the detriment of our people. We should try not to copy others. If you are to copy, know how to copy. We have to cut our coat according to our size. Our resources are limited. They are limited. That's what I'm trying to say. Our resources are limited. Those people that are doing other countries, that they have and stay indoors and provide them their basic needs. But if we want to put people inside and we don't provide them the basic needs, what will happen? COVID-20 will come. Not COVID-19. COVID-20 will come. And that's going to be hunger. May God forbid that. I think I have exhausted. I just want to wrap up.
Thank you.
I'm just looking at my list, but on the whole, I have exhausted everything. But let me just wrap it. Honorable Speaker, what I want to say, I'm not in for the extension. I'm not in for it. Because the challenges that they highlighted, social distance, is an issue. And the compensations are not forthcoming. No enough food for the people. With this, they say they want to extend. I say no to any extension. I'm not in for any extension. Let's do more sensitization. Let's do more sensitization. Let's sensitize our people, more sensitization, but no extension. And we open our mosques and churches. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Honorable Member for All Yundum. Is it? All Yundum? Yeah, thank you.
Thank you so much, Madam Speaker, for giving me the floor. First of all, let me thank the Special Select Committee established by this very plenary to look into the implementation of this state of public emergency in the Gambia within the last 45 days. They have done a very good job, Madam Speaker, given the fact that within a short period of time, they have gathered all the information that is required for this plenary to take up a challenging decision for the entire country. I have gone through the report and I've seen a lot of useful information that the Select Committee have accorded us with. However, I have some little reservation, perhaps let me call it questions. Maybe the mover of the motion will be able to respond before I continue my intervention. That is, the Select Committee, the Special Select Committee has met all the stakeholders and then they have given their information as to exactly what the state of public emergency is all about and how it is going. Going around the country to all border posts and health centers, markets, the Special Select Committee had interviewed the grounds personnel, that is the representative of, perhaps, correct me if I am wrong, that may be the representative of the ministry responsible or the area council or whoever. But then they have not taken the view of the citizens at that particular moment. All of us in these chambers have been hearing people talking about a lot of issues about the state of public emergency. That is based on hearsay. But in my own perception, it would have been better for us to have a view from the citizens as well, being captured in the report, to better give us an idea to take an informed decision in these chambers. Because a lot of people are talking, and what they are saying is not reaching us in this parliament, perhaps in any of the reports. So the move of the motion, I think that would have been an important step if you have done that, to also get the view of the citizens in those respective places that you have visited. Honorable Speaker, the issue of the state of public emergency, in my view, I have only two issues to talk about. First, the issue of extending it to further 21 days, provided that the government will be able to implement the necessary enforcement required for us to respect the state of public emergency, and then the social distancing policies and whatever is attached to it. The people in this country, most of us, like some of my colleagues have alluded yesterday, that so many people do not believe that COVID-19 exists in this country. And we have had the Ministry of Health have given us a lot of information during the past 45 days that a lot of people have actually got this COVID-19. And we have been hearing it, but then we have our reservations. We have been asking ourselves, how do they have this coronavirus? Everything has been imported because the borders are porous. I mean, the established borders are closed, but then some of the borders are closed. So actually, I think what we need to do at the moment is to work on the porous borders and make sure that we station security officers to take care of those porous borders, and also implement, if the state of public emergency, in my view, is extended in the enforcement, to allow or to enforce that every citizen in this country will be able to put on a face mask, because this is important for us, whatever the case might be, because we don't want a further spread of the coronavirus. Even if we extend the state of public emergency, we cannot control the spread of coronavirus in this country. So one thing we can do is to respect the social distancing, social distancing, and as well inform the citizens that they need to put on the face mask so that, all these things can go away. The other thing is, Madam Speaker, the issue of telling people to stay at home. Government has given a food package, and this has been going on. The distributions are going. As I am speaking right now, many people in our respective constituencies or villages have not received the food package. Perhaps some other things are supposed to be done, but I think it's important for them to fast track so that people can get the package as soon as possible. Even if the state of public emergency will be approved, people will have what they need to get from the government to be able to stay at home and contain this virus within their environment. Madam Speaker, these are some of the things, because I am very much content with the issue of the 21 days extension being recommended by the committee after going through, or after going around the country and have established a lot of facts about, the situation of the state of public emergency in the Gambia for the past 45 days. So having given this recommendation, I am with the perception that the 21 days extension for the state of public emergency in my view, is approved. I am going to support it. And then I think Gambia need to go with that for now. Honorable Speaker, with that short note, I beg to take my seat. Thank you.
Very much. Honorable Member for Brikama North, you have the floor.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. I want to begin by thanking the Select Committee for doing that wonderful work, as the earlier speakers lamented, within a very short time. Madam Speaker, the Special Select Committee is mandated by this August Assembly to carry out this function within this period as we fight the COVID-19. And they are expected to report to this August Assembly regarding their findings as stated in the motion that put in place this committee. However, I find it somehow contradictory. The caption of the report and the recommendation made by the committee. That is to say, the final report of the Select Committee of the National Assembly on the implementation of the state of public emergency. And therein in the report, the committee recommended for the extension of the state of the public emergency. I believe if the state of public emergency is extended, in a nutshell also, the committee's mandate would be thereafter extended. And we expect the committee to come back with yet another report or more reports, depending on the lifespan of the committee. And therefore, as earlier on observed, the word final may not be fitting in the report at this juncture. I would therefore also recommend that we replace it with the word preliminary report. Madam Speaker, referring to the tier of the committee, one, to scrutinize regulation made in pursuance of the state of public emergency and monitor their implementation. Holistically, at one point, the committee indicated that some amendments were made to the regulations, and I'm not sure whether actually those amendments actually captured all the recommendations that were made in this plenary that are supposed to be amended. There, I would like the committee to relate the report to that of the report of the Human Rights Committee and that of the report of the Health Committee, because we said the committee should make use of both the reports of the Human Rights and that of the Health Committee. But more importantly, in trying to do amendments to the regulations, we will expect that those recommended in the Human Rights Report should all be fully captured. Enforce the implementation by the executive of the state of public emergency within the remits of the law, as noted, and to ensure that the government provides the necessary mechanism for the implementation of the regulations. I would not actually see what is the take of the committee as far as this specific term of reference is concerned. What is the take of the committee to this effect? And today they are here, or yesterday, to advising us whether to revoke or extend the state of public emergency. And they've got the adequate updating from the various stakeholders that they met, as indicated in the report, and any other tasks that the committee considers necessary for the effective execution of its mandate. If there are other taxes that the committee has considered necessary, the committee should also inform this August Assembly that these were the added taxes that we have added to our mandate. Madam Speaker, to this effect, I would simply ask if the committee, as advised by this plenary, actually acted on the report of the Human Rights Committee, and if so, they better explain, and if no, why, as well as the report of the Health Committee, as advised by the plenary. Having made those observations, I now go into the content of the report. The objectives of the committee: one is to inform the NAMS about the state of the implementation of the regulation and their effect on the lives and livelihood of the people and institutions in the country. I think precisely the report, in my view, did not fully address this vital objective. I would like the chair to dilate if I stand to be corrected or otherwise. If I may read, inform the NAMS about the implementation state, inform the NAMS about the state of the implementation of the regulations, their effects on the lives and livelihood of people and the institutions in the country. I would like the chair to specifically dilate on this vital objective. Under the Ministry of Interior, the ministry expressed their constraint in terms of personal protective equipment, such as masks to help protect themselves in the course of their work and enforcement. But one thing I want to believe is also the lack of personnel as well for the ministry to effectively execute, for the security personnel to effectively carry out their functions is also available. The regulations cover the whole of the country. But I observed that in trying to implement these regulations, where the police stations are available, that's where more enforcement is focused on, or reinforcement is focused on. For example, the issue of prayers. I went to the rural areas where the police stations are of distance. The people continue to observe their prayers. But those areas that are close to police stations, they are restricted from praying. And then the people have no choice but to move to those areas and then pray. So in my view, the number of the security personnel is also limiting them to carry out these functions. It's not only the equipment that retard them from carrying out their functions, and whether we'll have that adequate number of security officials to be able to effectively carry out those functions is an issue that remains to be answered. Under the Ministry of Finance, there is revelation of the 500 million pledge that is made to the health, and then the amount of money also that got from the World Bank. But I will expect we get the total amount of money that is raised as far as the COVID-19 is concerned. Whether this amount stated, the 500, and then the amount from the World Bank is the only amount that is raised as far as the COVID-19 is concerned. I want the chairperson to explain. I could recall when the president was addressing the public on the relief package, he did mention about $700 million is spent on this relief package. I would not know how that will corroborate with the report that we are given, and whether that is has captured this or not. I would like you to reflect on it. The concerns raised by the security services that they emphasize that in order to do their patrols quickly and to do interceptions effectively, they will need high-speed patrol boats. I think it will be important this being reflective in the recommendations. But if, in my view, that will be very relevant for them to effectively carry out their functions that should be captured in the recommendation. The Inspector General revealed 13 trucks have been intercepted, and then for smuggling the food commodities out of the country. Now, what happened to those 13 trucks? The drivers and then the goods that were intercepted, what happened to them should also be captured in the report, or should be reviewed or put to you by the Inspector General. It's also reported that 34 drivers have been arrested in connection to the breaking of the regulations. Equally, should go further to explain what had happened to those drivers. If they have been charged and then taken to court, that should also be further explained. That answering to a question posed that active football is taking place across the country, and here they express their lack of manpower to be able to contain that, and all that they can do is through dialogue, whether that has been effective or not, because we have to be very serious as far as this law that there should be no public gathering more than 5 people. We should not have any excuse to be defaulted in trying to ensure that happens. Whether that dialogue has been effective, and what is their take again to ensure that those young children who still continue to play football are being stopped from doing so, to ensure that they are protected. The law is made to ensure their protection. By whatever means, they should try to do so in order to make that possible.
Honorable member, please, can you, your interventions are a little bit, your intervals actually, sorry if I may use the word. The interventions are a little long time.
Religious leaders noted that if the vehicles of the security officers enforcing the regulations are always crowded, it will be difficult to convince ordinary citizens that social distancing must be observed. Here, the religious leaders were just trying to be reserved, but they were saying that there is somehow discrimination or injustice in trying to carry out the law. The law enforcement officers at the same time try to flout the law. While they are flouting, will that be an effective measure of trying to ensure the social distancing? If social distancing is not observed in the vehicles of the security officers, why should one be after for the social distancing to observe in the mosque? This is what they are saying. And then if the committee would rather advise for the religious leaders to appeal to their congregation to adhere to the laws, you fall short to otherwise advise the security officers not to congest their vehicles. The local government authorities observed the rural council, most of whom depend on revenues collected from the weekly lumos. And as somebody earlier on observed, I have not seen in any of the regulations where the ban on lumos has been captured. If there is, the chairperson can better put that to us. The council authorities expressed concern over potential food insecurity posed on COVID, as most farmers in the rural areas have already started consuming their seeds for the coming rainy season. With this, I'm reminded that relief package has been supposed to be distributed, but the committee's report did not make mention of the relief package. The quantity of this package, the items that are involved, the mode of distribution of these items, the benefits, and how those beneficiaries are identified. I would expect the committee's report to dilate more on this relief package, but in my view, nothing has been addressed on this relief package. Observation. The amendments the committee observed that were effected by on the regulations, and it says that some of them include the amendments that were recommended at the plenary. But as I said earlier on, whether all the amendments that were recommended were captured, the committee should look into that. Banjul Ferry Terminal. The Banjul Ferry Terminal reported that they sized down the number of the passengers. But again at the terminal, from the gate to the ramp is always full to capacity. And this has been reported. I was attending a radio program at one time. Somebody called and corroborated this report, that from the gate to the ramp is always full to capacity. I see no rationale of reducing the capacity of the ferry, and yet still you allow people to be crowded at that area. What we are trying to realize is the social distancing, not in the ferry. Wherever it takes place should be a concern. I think this issue also should be adequately addressed by the ferry authorities. Brikama Car Park. At this juncture, I want to thank the committee for responding, even though it is part of their plan, but I was always in touch with them, and I requested for them to visit Brikama Car Park and Brikama markets. And then they called me and put to me that they will be visiting Brikama Car Park and Brikama markets, and then invited me to be there. I was there, and then I received them adequately. They observed situation on the ground. But one thing that is not captured, as far as the situation at the Brikama car park is concerned, is disinfecting the car park twice daily is not addressed in the report. And this was something that is reflected in the regulations, that the authorities should be daily disinfecting the car park twice. But this did not happen, and is not reflected in the report. Yes, it was reported for the transport fares to be reduced. In fact, that day we told them that the government was working on that. It happened the following day. The announcement was made for the transport fares to be maintained, and then for the fuel, the pump price to be reduced. What was recommended when I visited Brikama car park was for the pump price to be reduced by 50%. The minister, yes, indicated this is the biggest reduction, $7 for diesel and $9 for petrol. But to the drivers, they expect 50% reduction of the pump price, simply because, and logically, if you are sizing down the capacity of the vehicle to 50% and maintaining the prices as they were, if you reduce the fuel pump only by $7 and $9, that does not commensurate with what the drivers are losing or what they are going to get. What should be compensating if the size of the vehicle will be reduced by 50%, they expect the size of the fuel pump price to be reduced by 50%, and they can maintain their prices as well. But extra burden has been put on the people. Now the drivers are doing it on their own. Instead of maintaining their prices, the prices are increased drastically. Areas that can be $35 are increased to $100. Areas that are $10 are increased to $50. Imagine from Westfield to Banjul this morning, the drivers will charge you $50. So that should be looked into. Brikama market. I don't know whether it is like other markets, but Brikama market is better we don't have this law at all, because this law has increased the burden at Brikama market. The laws are made to ensure social distancing. Go to Brikama market at this time, you'll see what is happening there. The market is full to capacity. Everybody is rushing to make sure they buy, but if at all things were as they used to be, perhaps you can wait at any time you go to the market and buy your things. But now when this time limitation comes, people rush to the market and then the place is jammed full. There is no security measure that is taking place to ensure the social distancing. The situation is even worse by this regulation. It's better we live as it is rather than trying to put these laws. The laws that are meant to make the situation worse is better to be revisited. Suggestion was made by the people of Brikama market. I think that was also reported by me to the committee, that instead of closing the non-essential food retailers and open the essential food retailers from 6 a.m. to 2 p.m., let there be a time frame for the whole market to be open. For them, they will prefer the whole market to be open, perhaps from 6 a.m. to 5 p.m. At least people will now have the time to go to the market. There will be nothing like rushing to the market. Rushing will, in fact, promote the congestion. But now when these changes happen, from 6 a.m. to 1 p.m. for the food retailers, and then from 2 p.m. to 6 p.m. for the non-food retailers. If you go to the market, there will be shops that are selling both the food retailers and the non-food retailers. You expect them to be opening at the same time. In fact, it is difficult for those people even to stay away. Some of them will go close their shops or stores while they will be sitting outside. The essence of the law is to distance them from the market, but not to close the business. If this is not realizing, I think it's better to look at it. The suggestion that is made for temporal marketplaces to be identified, for them to be moved, I think that was recommended at Brikama by the market vendors themselves at the fish market. That those vendors who sell vegetables or perhaps other commodities can be relocated to another area where they can go and then sell their goods. That is going to reduce the congestion in the market. But if you leave everybody to continue selling at the market, that the congestion will not be decongested. I think that suggestion comes. But how can that be effectively done within this period? You want to move them to another location, required putting temporal structures. Are we in position to do that? Do we have the places to man those temporal places? That's another thing. the Ministry of Finance over the rapid credit facility, and then the central bank trying to defend that it is an autonomous monetary institution that has a quota at the IMF. If you look at the Memorandum of Understanding, it is the Ministry of Finance that is requesting the loan through the central bank, and the central bank is acting. And therefore, what the committee position is, I think, is in line. The central bank is being mandated by the Ministry of Finance to take the loan. The loan is taken on behalf of the Ministry of Finance. If the Ministry of Finance should be taking the central bank should be taking the loan on behalf of the Ministry of Finance, the minister is expected, as required by the Constitution, is expected to come to the National Assembly for approval. If that is not done, I did not see that being mentioned that this is what the minister should do. You defended your position that what the central bank should do, but what the minister should do, that is not reflective in the report. Tourism and culture. I'm happy to have the reports of the association, the Gambia Hotel Associations and Travel Agency Associations, that was laid before the committee, and then they were invited, and the chairperson did call me that they were very pleased, and you listened to them very well, and their case were well heard. But I did not see in the recommendation what you have recommended as far as the hoteliers are concerned. You noted the points that they raised and the points that the minister also raised. But what is your recommendation? To bail out the hotel industry. Your recommendation to bail out the hotel industry, you said it is there. Yes, I would be very happy if you can go over and then further praise me about it. The recommendations, that's the final stage of it. The regulation to be in place to make it offensive for anyone, transport driver or compound owner who assists any authority or who authorize the traveler to enter the country or harbor any visitor or guest from the abroad or in his or her compound without notifying the health authorities can call 1025. When we talk of difficulty in enforcing regulations, and here I found in trying to enforce this regulation also to be problematic. The existing one that we are having are very difficult to be enforced. So in trying to create or introduce another regulation, that will be very difficult to be enforced. To me, any law that is not enforceable is equally no law. It's better we rethink. Under local government, the local government has suggested the market opening time, all markets to be open from 6 a.m. to 4 p.m. daily. If they are to be open 6 a.m. to 4 p.m. daily, now in what way? Is it still the same for the non-food retailers to come at this time, and then the food retailers also to come at this time. I think the report should be specific on it. The fumigating the markets is an issue. It is in the regulation, but it's not addressed. Mandatory face masks to be worn by everyone selling or entering the markets. If that is adhered to, and there is social distancing in the market, can equally address the issue of trying to prevent the spread of the virus in the marketplace. Conclusion or resolutions. There are about 6 points in the preamble of the resolution. The first one, you consider or note the continued rise in the neighboring region, Senegal, that is the COVID-19 cases. And then in the second one, you noted the increment in the number of infected cases in the Gambia. And then most of whom you indicated are traced or could be traced from the immediate neighborhood, that is Senegal, precisely. In the third one, under-resourced medical facilities across the country. And in the fifth one, the fact that the Ministry of Health is yet to be receipt of the medical equipment that were procured for the fight against the coronavirus pandemic. That's also about the medical facilities as well. And then the fifth one, the ill-equipped and under-resourced of the state of the holding and isolation centers, as well as the lack of treatment centers across the country. That has to do with the medical side as well. And then the sixth one, the fact that a lot of people in the Gambia continue to live in denial of the existence of the COVID-19, as such grossly disregard social distancing or any protective measure at public places, publicly in the markets. That has to do with intensity of the sensitization program, sensitization activities for the people to accept the fact that the coronavirus is indeed real and then it is deadly. Now, looking into those preambles, I will note that two of them concern our restriction on the border. If we are to make mention Senegal, how to strictly control our border, the 2 points raised in the preamble concern about the border control. And then the other one, the three of them concern about how do we provide more facilities at the health institution, that is our medical facilities, how do we enrich it in order to be in position technically to contain the virus. The last one, that is the issue of attitude to social distancing. How do we address the issue of attitude to social distancing? I believe that could be done in a better way in trying to intensify the sensitization to make sure the people fully understand the issue. Now, if these were the reasons advanced why we should do the extension to yet another 21 days, I would have expected we should go beyond that. What we should have done is to, as Honorable Member for Serekunda did, point by point, regulations by regulations, to see where this regulation that we have passed 43 days ago, whether they were effectively implemented or not, what were their consequences over the people. This is what you should do. The state of public emergency is nothing without the regulations. If the regulations are effectively addressed? If they are not, what should we do? I think what the committee should have done is to do us justice, to review the regulations one by one and make recommendations and amendment where possible for the state of public emergency to be extended. But if this is not done, going in that dilemma, knowing fully what we are doing is not going to be attainable. I am suggesting to the committee, before any extension can be effected, and this is a very strong recommendation I'm making, before any extension can be effected, let us review and recommend to the Attorney General for the regulations to be amended. Where they are feasible to be enforced, we maintain. Where they are not feasible to be enforced, we do our with it. As a law that is not enforceable is equally no law. This is the recommendation I am making to you before we can effect any amendment to the, before we can effect any extension to this state of public emergency. Finally, I will further recommend for intensive sensitization campaign to be mounted. Mass testing. We are living here. We are all living in uncertainty. We don't know who is infected or who is not infected. Can we continue to live like that? How can you fight an enemy that you don't see? We want to fight an enemy, we must see the enemy. And how do we see it? It is not about this restriction. We have to know those who are infected. Now, those who are infected, treat them. Those who are not infected, try to protect them. Now you want to protect, you don't know who is infected and who is not infected. Let there be mass testing. I understand very well that the MRC said they can extend from 100 to 400, but this is not adequate. We have to intensify the mass testing. And then strengthen the border monitoring and control. Since most of the cases that we said they are imported from Senegal, and provide lucrative incentives to medical officers in the front line, as well as the security officials. The Ministry of Health, it's high time define the containment zones and the non-containment zones and allow flexibility in the latter. Those in Wuli should not be treated the same way those in the greater Banjul, as we have not got any case being reported from that area. It's high time the ministry define the areas that are containment zones and the areas that are non-containment zones, and further indicate the red zones, the blue zones, and then the orange zone, and then the green zones as well. Madam Speaker, this one is very possible. We need to promote the use of masks, frequent hand washing, and avoidance of handshaking. These are simple preventive measures that are able to be conducted. And above all, at all levels, encourage social distancing. These are some of the things we are able to carry out on our own without any restriction. On that note, I thank you, Madam Speaker.
Honorable Member for Lower Badibu. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Honorable Speaker, for the floor. Honorable Speaker, first of all, I would like to thank the Special Select Committee for the wonderful job that they have done. And with that, Honorable Speaker, I would like to refer this August Assembly to the Constitution, Section 35 of the Constitution. With your permission, Ma, I would like to read Section 35, 1 and 2. It says, an act of the National Assembly may authorize the taking during any period of emergency of measures that are reasonably justifiable for dealing with the situation that exists in the Gambia. 2 says, it says, nothing contained in or done under the authority of such an act shall be held to be inconsistent with or in contravention of Section 19, 23, 24, other than subsection 5 to 8 thereof, or 25 of this section, Constitution, to the extent that it is reasonably justifiable in the circumstances arising or existing during a period of public emergency for the purpose of dealing with the situation. Honorable Speaker, this has clearly informed us that we are dealing with a situation which is an emergency situation. And we as parliamentarians, the Honorable Member for Woodley West normally says this here, if people are confused outside, we should relieve them here by giving them the information that is accurate. We should sensitize them about what is going on. And to do that, we should be factual. We should not be carried by people. We should know exactly what information to dismiss to the public. Honorable Speaker, having said that, we as human beings, there are two things that control our activities. One is we all have faith that we belong to, and two is the laws that we make to guide our activities under the surface of this land. And one of which is this Constitution. And according to our faith, there is one thing that they call as Al-Dariyatul Amsa. These are 5 key things that we, the human beings, as Muslim faith, we should guide jealously. Number 1 of which, Honorable Speaker, is Islam. 2 is faith, is our lives, our lineage, our minds, and our wealth. So I've been saying that, Honorable Speaker, we know exactly that what is going on in this country. I feel so bad yesterday when I heard honorable members in this August Assembly saying that they don't believe that this COVID-19 is existing in this world. What message are they sending to the public? Honorable Speaker, we have just cited the Constitution, and the Quran has informed us that وَلَا تَقْتُلُوا أَنفُسَكُمْ إِنَّ اللَّهَ كَانَ بِكُمْ رَحِيمًا. What does this mean? It means that don't destroy yourself, because your Lord loves you and he has mercy for you. So if our Lord has mercy for us and he loves us, why is it that we are throwing ourselves into the mess? Because we want to impress people outside. Because those outside are not well equipped with the information that you have. Why would we do that? Honorable Speaker, having said that, I will go straight to the regulations. That is the closure of educational institutions and places of worship emergency power regulation. I am not much comfortable with this regulation, Honorable Speaker, and I would like the Honorable Attorney General to clear my doubts on this. Because if you look at it, at the cover page, it said closure of educational institutions and places of worship, Emergency Powers Regulations, 2020. And it says the closure of educational institution of worship shall be closed to the public. Shall, which means mandatory. That's what they inform us. And if you go to the other page, it says permissible uses. Notwithstanding Regulation 2, an educational institution may be open for official use by its administrative staff. And now you have already informed us that this is mandatory. Now you say it's permissible. And if you go further, you say a mosque be open for the sole purpose of the call to prayer or a religious announcement of any other form. Any call to prayer from Zuhur to Asr is a proclamation that come for prayer. And that is any other form of announcement that you have to come. This is a religious announcement. So if people go to the mosque to pray and the police go there to arrest them, who arrests them?
Honorable Speaker, I want to observe something.
So I believe we would like the Honorable Anthony General.
Can we take what he is?
Yeah, I want to observe something.
Pardon?
I want to observe.
You want to observe? If it is a point of observation, you get permission
Yeah, point
from
of observation. I think the honorable member.
He has a point of observation.
Yes,
Honorable,
yes.
please, can we have one meeting? Yes, thank you. He has a point of observation. Okay, very well.
Yeah, I think the honorable member is going out of content because we are not dealing with the regulations. We are only dealing with the reports of the select committee, I think.
But you will recall that yesterday, honorable members made reference to the regulations as well. So go ahead, please. Thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. Thank you very much, my brother. But I think, as the Honorable Speaker said, I will not go to that. I will not go to that. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Yeah. Honorable Speaker, so this regulation, closure of educational institutions and places, I would like the Honorable Attorney General to clear my doubts on this. Having said that, if we go for Honorable Speaker, on the report, page 6, the Ministry of Justice, we heard that the first paragraph, at the midst of the paragraph, it says, while the Minister of Interior reported that his ministry, up to the time of the committee's engagement, did not receive copies of the regulation, the Attorney General and Minister of Justice did not receive copies. Ministry, up to the time of the committee's engagement, did not receive copies of the regulation. The Attorney General and Minister of Justice, on the other hand, argued that he had handed over copies of the 4 regulations to the of Lands, Regional Government and Religious Affairs, also reported that it had not received copies of the regulation. Honorable Speaker, this has informed us that there is no communication between our ministries. Because if there is communication between our ministries, honestly speaking, lapses like this should not be. If we go for our Honorable Speaker, Ministry of Interior, we were informed that the Ministry of Interior reported that those who are to enforce the regulation, that is the security service, have no prior training on any of the regulations. So if they don't have any prior training to this regulation, how are they going to enforce this regulation, Honorable Speaker? Because if people have any other issues outside, the only enforcement agency that they reported to is the police. So if those police don't even know how to judge within these people, where are we? Honorable Speaker, if you go for it, the ministry indicated that it was further constrained by the lack of personal protective equipment, that is the PPE, such as masks to help protect themselves in the course of their work, as enforcement might sometimes require physically handling or coming into the contact with the individuals. We call the police or the soldiers, the armed forces, because they are equipped. They have something that they can fight with. And here people were saying that we have an enemy, that invisible enemy that we are fighting with. How can we tell our police to go and fight with things that they themselves are not secure? Whom are they going to fight with? So I think in all fairness, we need to be fair to them, to equip them in order for them to do their service the way we want, Honorable Speaker. Going for the Ministry of Finance and Economic Affairs, at the second paragraph, we were informed that the Justice Minister, in his expert opinion, was of the view that the law, as per Emergency Power Act 1965, does not specify a time frame as to when compensation that are to be made as a result of emergency situation should be made. But if my mind could recall, we were informed by the finance minister that this thing will be done soon. He did not give him this time frame as the Honorable Minister for Justice has indicated. But I would like the ministers to know that we are dealing with an emergency situation. And an emergency situation requires an emergency measures. So for them to give us an open statements like this, we don't know where we should go or where we should stop. I don't think this is helping us as a nation. Honorable Speaker, going further, page 8 of the report, we were told by the report that the Gambia Christian Council, that is the GCC, and the Gambia Supreme Islamic Council, GSIC, have also indicated that even though they do encourage their followers to abide by the government regulation, the ban on public gatherings has affected their way of worship. They said, I want to emphasize this point, Honorable Speaker. They said while it is acceptable for them to worship in their homes, coming together to form congregation in mosques and churches is what they would have preferred, particularly on Sundays and Fridays. They said this is what they would prefer, but they don't say that we are going to pray by and force. And the way some members talk here, it seems that the imams has told them that we want to open our mosque by and force. It might be my English language is not that much correct, but just let us read the statement and listen. They said they prefer, but they don't say that we are going to open our mosques and churches. So people have to listen to the language very well before we go and mislead the public. Because the way some members talk here yesterday, I wonder what is going on. Honorable Speaker, I have been saying that if we go further again, page 10, local government authorities. Honorable Speaker, the local government authorities indicated that the enforcement of the emergency powers regulation would continue to pose huge challenges as the council that are part of the key implementing authorities have neither been consulted nor served copies of the regulation to comprehend their content. So I don't know how are we going to enforce these laws that we are making. I once said this here, we are very good when it comes to framing our laws and try to put nice words and jargons and put them like that. But the laws cannot be enforced if the enforcers of the laws are not even aware of the very law that they should enforce on our people. So if they don't get copies and they are not aware of what is going on, where are we? So I would like the chairperson to clear my doubts on this. Honorable Speaker, page 14, we were informed that Farafenni General Hospital, that is the NBR, the committee's observations too, they say that there was nobody to take the temperatures of visitors as they enter the hospital. And if you look at the interview with the ground personnel there, what the committee is reporting and what the ground personnel are saying is contradictory, because they were saying that the temperature of everyone at the outpatient department was reported to be taken before any service are rendered. So I don't know which is which. I would like the mover of the report to Honorable Speaker, the last question that I would like to ask is that the issue of government request loans from the IMF, as indicated here, we were informed that the government of the Gambia has requested a rapid credit transfer, that is RCF loan, of 25% of quota of special drawing rights. That is 15.55 million from the International Monetary Fund. But we made to understand that IMF don't give loans to government. So in this bone of contention, Honorable Speaker, what the report is what we read from the report, and what is actually on this internal memo of Ministry of Finance is contradictory. Because we know the international reporting standard of IMF, they don't give loans to government. That's clear. But why would the government request loan from the IMF? Instead, what we know is that the central banks of the third world countries normally, they all have something with the IMF and the World Banks. This is clear to us. But why would our government request a rapid credit transfer from IMF? We know that central bank, CBG, is an autonomous body. CBG is an autonomous body, which we all know, and it is clear to us. But would the government, it is right for the government to request a loan from the IMF? We knew that the CBG can do this on behalf of the government. That is between the CBG and the IMF. But the request here is my bone of contention, and I would like the Minister of Finance to clear this doubt for us, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, without going further, I think these are some of the observations that I have, and I will thank you so much, and thank the members of the Special Select Committee. Thank you so much.
Very much. Honorable Member for Latrikunda Saviji. Thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. Let me also join the rest of my colleague to recognize the job of the committee. That's the Special Select Committee. This is a committee that was established by us here in the Parliament. Also, we give them some reference to carry out their jobs, and today they are back presenting their report to us. And we're going to look at that report and debate on it, see whether we're going to approve it or we're not going to approve it. Honorable Speaker, looking at their report, I personally might differ with some members of the Parliament, because I might say that at this moment, well, it's a good job, but I am not supporting the report as I start my intervention. And I will give you my reason of why I am not supporting the report. Honorable Speaker, if you look at their report on page 9, they've talked about the expertise analysis of COVID-19 in the country, telling us that yes, COVID-19 is real, and we should be mindful, we should know what to do, we should observe social distance and everything, because we are told in the report of experts at the Ministry of Health revealed that 181,000 people could be infected of coronavirus in this country. And then 20% of this figure is expected to require medical attention. 20% of 181,000, 20% is expected. And we are told there are also 5% might die of COVID-19. Yes, they are trying to, tell us that the COVID-19 is real, we should be careful. Honorable Speaker, and then if you look at the second to last paragraph of their report, where they take a resolution, where the committee hereby resolved that the state of public emergency be extended to further 21 days, subject to the strict adherence to the implementations of the state of public emergency regulations. Yes. Honorable Speaker, I was expecting this August Assembly to allow the Honorable Minister of Justice to table his report first. That is the 45 days of extensions of the state of public emergency. And then we refer that report to the committee so that the committee can inculcate that report in their final report, table it before us, so that we can have only one debate instead of debating on this one and also debating on the state of public emergency of 45 days. Because if we approve this right now, mean that We have agreed to the resolution, and the resolution says 21 days. So now let's think about it. Once we agree to this, the resolution is 21 days. That means that the Honorable Minister of Justice, we're just going to allow him to lay the report and then we adopt it, once this is approved. So this is why I say that I am not in support of the report as of now, because what we want the expert analysis. We want the Minister of Health is here to go in deep and tell us the situation analysis of the COVID-19 in this country. Where are we at this moment? Are we at the high risk, medium risk, or low risk? We want to know the level of the country, where Gambia is at this moment. Honorable Speaker, during the interventions of some members here, we've observed a lot of issues in this country. The 45 days is coming to elapse. What have we achieved as a country? Let's ask ourselves. As a committee, special select committee, a government at large, what did we achieve? Let's ask ourselves. It's important. Somebody complains about the LUMOs in the provinces are not operated. And let us just be realistic to ourselves here. Honorable Sekou Morong, as a National Assembly member, end of every month I will receive my salary.
Honorable Chair, can I observe the member?
Well, I allow, yeah,
You have to allow me. Thank you very much. I hear you saying that if we adopt this report, it seems so we have adopted the motion on further extent of the period of state of public emergency. This is what we want to say? Okay, please.
Honorable Speaker, what I mean here, if you read the committee recommendation on page 37, the committee hereby resolved that the state of public emergency be extended to a further 21 days, subject to the strict adherence to the implementations of all the states of public emergency regulations. Now, what I mean here is that if we adopt these results, this report from the committee, that means that the state of the 21 days is going to be adopted. Maybe the committee will clear my doubt.
Sorry, no, please, may I just draw your attention to the fact that we have our standing orders, and the sequence of events is that you lay reports first before motions. Now, I know that the report and the motion are interlinked, but at the appropriate time, we may seek views as to whether to take a vote on one or wait for the other and try to interlink it. But as of now, the report contains recommendations. I stand to be corrected. Recommendations. We can adopt the report as per the recommendations, but I don't think, in my own opinion, that should stop us from taking the substantive motion of asking for an extension, which will be binding. As we did the last time, they came and asked for 90 days. It was amended to 45 days. So I think that's in my mind, that's the correct position. So I don't think we are wrong in taking the report, tabling the report, and then we go ahead with the motion. So you can proceed with your intervention.
Well, thank you.
And at the end of the day, when we get to the bridge, we cross.
Thank you. What I'm trying to put across is that instead of spending almost 2 days on debating on this, I know the next debate also is going to take another period. So this is why I'm trying to...
I'm sorry, but that's the procedure.
Well, anyway, I think that is my observation.
I'm sorry, but that's the procedure.
Okay, thank you, ma'am.
So please, can we leave that and proceed?
Okay. Okay, let me just continue from where I stopped. I stopped at each and every one of here, of this August Assembly here. End of every month, we will all go and receive our salaries. The honorable ministers are here. End of month, they are all going to be paid a salary. Now, someone complained of rumors that have been closed down at this moment, as I'm speaking to you. And we have our citizens, Gambians, that are going to Lumos at least to generate a revenue from those Lumos. And today, as I'm speaking to you, some of those Lumos are closed down. So those people sitting at home are not receiving anything from that Lumos. We are here, and every time, that's the language of a politician or a National Assembly member. We are going to protect these taxpayers' money. We are going to protect our voters, our electorates. Let's ask ourselves. These people going to the Lumos to earn their living, they are our electorates. Yes, they are, and they need to be protected as well. So let's look at it holistically before we go for any 21 days or before we go for any 45 days. I think we need a thorough expert analysis of the level of COVID-19 in this country, Madam Speaker. And then this August Assembly, and then the Select Committee as well, what I expect from them is that when they lay this report, they are going to tell us, these are the number of people that have been tested in this country. This is the number of cases that we have in this country. This is what is going to happen in this next 1 month or so. Because what we want the expert analysis before we can adopt that 21 days that they put in their report. It's not just a matter of 21 days and then we have to agree to that 21 days. No. You have to convince me to accept that 21 days. Talk less of the 45 days. Madam Speaker, if you go further also, they talked about the package, the food package, yes. And then let me use this opportunity to thank the government of the day for providing its citizens with the food relief package. But now, if you look at that food relief package and what we wanted to do, let's say the 21 days or the 45 days, we are either going to adopt either 21 days or the 45 days or none. But within that 21 days or 45 days, what we have as a food stock that the government is trying to share, let me just give you a short analysis of it. Honorable Speaker, the government is going to be giving us 229,845 bags of rice to be shared, to be distributed in the length and the breadth of the country. And then the total amount of oil of 10 liters is 147,494. The total bags of sugar in 50 kilograms also is 229,845. The grand total the government is spending 700 million plus. That's around 731 million, $201,696. Madam Speaker, if you go further, those who are going to benefit from this. Now, according to NDMA, they say that 4 people or less, rice they will share for 25 kilograms of rice. And then oil, they will have 5 liters of oil, and they will have 25 kilograms of sugar. If you look at, they say 5 to 10 people will share 50 kilograms, will have 50 kilograms. 5 to 10 people will share 50 kilograms, 10 liters of oil, 50 kilograms of sugar. 11 to 15, 75 kilograms of rice, 15 liters of oil, and 75 kilograms of sugar as well. So this is what they reported to us. This is what we have. But now let's ask ourselves, is this really enough to ask people to stay at home? It's important. Before we do any extensions of this, I think we have to have everything in place. It's not just we're going to extend for the sake of extending. We have a lot of lapses during the past 45 days. Most of the regulations we are not adhered to. And then the most disappointing part of it, you hear some sectors, ministers say that we are not aware of this regulation or we are not communicated. Where is the proactiveness of the minister, the sectors? Once something is gazetted and it is debated in this August Assembly here, at the end of the day, you're telling us that we are not aware, or we did not have the copy of it. Yes, if you talk about the PPEs, that's the personal protective equipment, government should provide them with that. That's important. But by saying that we are not served with the regulations, I think we should stop saying that. The past 45 days, we all know what has happened. You go to the market, it's like there's nothing is happening. You go to the schools, people are still playing football. Go to the Barra SO terminal here. It's like there is no state of public emergency. There is no regulations in place. So it's just not just a matter of going for 45 days, but the implementation is where we're having a problem. And then this is not only happening in the Gambia as a country, it's happening in the whole of Africa. And then let's be realistic to each other. When we say social distance in the Gambia, Honorable Speaker, yes, we can just talk about it. But if you want to force a social distance in this country, it's going to be a problem. You will end up having a problem with people. The reason why I say this one, our level of earnings are different in this country. Let's imagine how many percent of our populations are employed today. Those that are earning a salary. The teachers, the private teachers are complaining of that some of them are going to be laid off. or some of them are not going to receive a full salary. You know, these are all things that we need to put in we have to look at all these areas before we approve whether it's going to be 25 days or whether it's going to be 45 days. Madam Speaker, in conclusion, I want to use this opportunity also to thank all the philanthropists, those who have contributed directly or indirectly towards the fight against the COVID-19. And then one advantage of this COVID-19 is, it just rings a bell to us, telling us that, look, let us invest in our health sector. If you are rich, this is the moment. Even if you are rich, you cannot go to Europe, you cannot go to America, you cannot go to Senegal for treatment. All your treatment is going to take place in the Gambia here. So it's sending a very, very, very strong signal to us that we should invest in our health sector. We should invest in our agricultural sector. We should invest in our educational sector. Look at the number of rices that we are buying from outside. If Gambia is producing this rice in this country here, all those monies that we are spending on this, 700+ million we are spending, if this stays in this country here, given to our private businessmen or our farmers to produce rice, the story today will be having a different scenario. But what will happen if the COVID-19 continues? May God forbid. Let's just think twice. And also, please, Honorable Speaker, I think this is a high time, by standing in this August Assembly, it always says that I'm representing my people, and I'm trying to protect the taxpayers' money. Let's just think twice. It's not just a matter of you should stand here and say that I'm doing this and for people to clap at you. At the end of the day, you just have people say that, yes, you are doing something good. No, that's not important. What is important right now is that, yes, you are here earning your salary. Someone is at Badibu or at Basi, struggling to sell his onions at the Lumos, and the person could not sell that onion at the Lumos, and they are suffering. This is what is happening in this country. So I am still also appealing to this Honorable Assembly that what we are going to do either is going to be 25 or 21 days or 45 days. Let us look at it holistically before we agree to any other thing. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Honorable Member for Funi Jarol.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker, for giving me the chance or the opportunity to contribute to the report laid before us. Although many speakers have spoken before me and they deliberated well, everybody is entitled to your opinion. To start with the report, I must also endorse the good work of the committee. In fact, to me, the report is all about helping us to know the level of implementation of the state of public emergency, so that whatever you would want to say, we'll say it in the right way or the way we are seeing it. This is true. COVID-19, coronavirus is a real thing, whether you accept it or not. The fact of the matter is that this is something true in the whole world. Therefore, it is incumbent on all of us to have a collective responsibility to fight this disease or this virus to go away from us. Otherwise, still now, we are going to suffer. So before that, I'm appealing to all of us here and outside this August House to together fight this pandemic for our own saving of our lives. Going by the report, we have two areas that I would want to talk, on the side of government and on our own side, because these two has to work hand in glove to make sure that at least we contain or we fight against it totally. Otherwise, it's a problem. Going by the report, you'll be very disappointed if you go by the report, in certain areas where, according to your interviews with the ground personnel that you met, I cannot understand. Like, for example, when you go to this Kerawan, is it Farafenye General Hospital. Excuse me. Now, you said, my other colleague said it, but I just want to protest a little on it, that the committee's observation in Bled 2, there was nobody to take temperatures of visitors as they entered the hospital. That's a crime. And you are the people whom we trust to tell us the truth about this coronavirus. But if you are also very careless and you don't mind much about it, who are we to listen to you and to accept your ideas about this coronavirus? So it becomes confusing. I think the personnel there should be very vigilant to make sure that whosoever is entering inside the center is being, checked. Otherwise, you cannot come out again and tell people this corona is true, something real, when you are not practicing the reality of it. And again, with the interview with ground personnel, is crazy. It says, now let's see, here. Like, for example, here, the temperature of everyone at the outpatient department was reported to be taken. Yes, maybe those are people whom they suspect to be maybe people affected or suspected to be contaminated. Well, fine. Those ones, they can be checked. But my problem is coming inside. Visitors, these are visitors, not people with it, or they suspect. People coming inside. That's where my worry is. So they should take very great care of that. And again, it says the Infection Prevention Control Unit, built for Ebola. You see, Ebola, built for Ebola, has been designated as isolated center. We have to be proactive. Since when this coronavirus was announced, I said it here, and I still maintain my stand. It is government that is not taking this thing seriously. Why? Because we are saying all sorts of things. But the committee, if you go by your report, the people that you interviewed, they told you something. My worry is, did you make any findings of those things that they told you? If it is so, then well and good. But if you did not also follow those things that they told you that are in existence, then it means you have failed us. Because we all know nowadays people, I'm sorry to say that, but sometimes it's very hard to get a very straightforward person. I'll be telling you this when actually behind it is full of evils. I will say I built this when actually it is not on reality. But you can only know this when you make a follow-up. So I don't know whether those kind of things you have stepped in to do so. Like, okay, Kaur, is it Kuntaur Health Center, page 16? Your interview said a lot of porous borders, which unless managed will make the fight against COVID-19 difficult. So to me, this report is very good. It will help us and any other stakeholder to know what is happening in the Gambia as far as COVID-19 is concerned. And I'll also appeal to you I don't know whether it's going to be possible to make sure that this report is circulated to all relevant stakeholders to know that this is what we have observed as far as the tour and your trip on this COVID-19 is all about. So that now there will be no person left to say, I did not know or I am not informed. Because information is key. If we want to fight this coronavirus collectively, we have to be open to each other and then let each other to contribute in the fight against coronavirus. Otherwise, we'll just be at the same spot. And may God forbid, somebody said it here yesterday, that in China, another 2 cases different from this. So who knows? This is a reality, and I appeal to all of us here as colleagues. Let us go back to our people and tell them the reality. This is something true, and let's not take a joke with it. As we did during our political campaigns for these seats, we went around talking to people, whether you listen, whether they listen to you or not, whether they will vote for you or not, but we all went around to talk whatever we want to say to our people. Now we are here, and this coronavirus is a reality. I'm appealing, let's all go back to our people, sensitize them, tell them. Because otherwise, if we don't do that, tomorrow, if, may God forbid, if it turns the other way around, who is going to vote for you? You'll miss your electorates, or even yourself, you may lose your life. So before that, this is something that all of us should put our hands together and fight for it, fight against it. Government, I will emphasize again, government must be very serious. Take the bull by its horn. Make sure that regulations that are put in place, you make sure that they are fully adhered to. I mean, you cannot be a leader and you want to satisfy all. It's not possible. But make sure that whatever is good for your people, please make sure that that stands. As a leader, you should make sure that that thing stands and let them understand why you want to do it for them. Let it not be just always, lip say. You say it here and then finish it. That will not help. Madam Speaker, from the bottom of my heart, I am appealing to all of us to collectively fight this coronavirus away. If not, it's not good for us. And also, in the report, I've seen like GCCI, is it? Yes, GCCI, what they did, what they have contributed. I know many people contributed towards the fight against this corona. I know many, because listening to radios and other philanthropists, like in my constituency, there are, agencies that came in to help my people, like the Sintel Development Project, the Fonyi Dinding Bantaba Child for the Gambia, FAD, all these agencies came in to help. They brought in the detergents, brought in, soaps. Before this food package is even been seen. So that alone is a sign of what I'm advocating for, collective responsibility. Let's all come together and fight this coronavirus away. Going by the report again, Madam Speaker, there is a portion which is saying something very important. Okay, like here in SO Health Center, it says some rice and cooking oil were available, but there was no money to buy other ingredients. As such, no cooking was taking place to provide meals for patients. Pardon? So, this report is terrifying. If there is no food for patients, what does that mean? They're going to die. Of course. If you don't cook for me for days, what do you expect to happen? I will die, of course. There is no living being here without food, you survive. Then you are not living. So that too should be taken very seriously by the government. I don't know who provided this rice and oil, cooking oil, but then if it is a philanthropist, then government should come. If it is government, then still now they have to complement. Because you cannot give me food, rice, oil, no ingredient. And we all know you cannot cook oil and rice like that and give it to a human being to eat. That's not practically possible. So we have to look into those things also. And again, like here at Amdalai, Kuntaur Health Center again said, Amdalai, a village near the border, does not have water. Does not have water. The villagers fetch water from villages in Senegal. Border closure would be very excruciating effects on their lives. And even not that, it's risky. We all know Senegal is an infected area. If our people should live here and go into that area, then what are we saying? They must come, they must be affected. So their government should come. There is no water for them, and they cannot stay without water. They have somewhere, wherever water is. Because we all know water is life. So, Health Minister, you are the one in charge of our health, our lives. So take note, a village in that area has no water. They cannot stay in the Gambia for days without water. So please take note of that too. And again, people, we should hear again the interview with Panchang, my colleague from Panchang, or all those MPs from Panchang. This is our side. He says, it is difficult to get people to cooperate and wash their hands. So again, your own safety, wash your hand. You say, no. What do you want? So there are people we have to, ask ourselves, then why do we rely on? We have our preventive measures, do this, and you are safe from this. You are safe from that. You say, no, you will not do that. And when you are forced to do, you blame government or you blame the forces that are doing that. So that too, we also have to be cooperative in the fight. If we are giving the preventive measures, please let's adhere to that and do it properly so that the life you save may be your own. Gambia is very small to control and to make sure things are stable. If I may quote, people sometimes we joke with realities. If I may quote, during the impasse, though it's out of the topic, but then just to give you a sample, when state of emergency was imposed here, what happened? We all adhere to it. But now, why are we not adhering to this also? For our own safety. We said no. People should understand. It's true, government should come and give us what they've said they will give it to us. They should do that. But now, like for example, maybe if government also is not doing what is expected of them, obviously there will be an uprising. Honorable Attorney General, Minister of Justice, I told you here one day that if things are not in the right way, people will uprise. And in that, you'll be the man who is going to be accountable for it. So Let's all see how best both the government and people to come together to fight this coronavirus day. If we do that, at least we are safe. On that note, I thank you for giving me the floor and I take my seat.
Thank you very much. Honorable Member for Banjul Central.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, for giving me the floor. Madam Speaker, many Gambians at the moment are in a haste for government to open worship places. But I think we should make haste slowly because Gambia cannot contain the outbreak of COVID-19. A month ago, it was only 3 cases, but today we are 23, so we have to be very careful and think twice. It is true that it is very heartbreaking that we've missed Friday prayers, church services on Sundays, Friday prayers on Fridays, almost 8 to 9 weeks now. And we have missed the prayers that we used to and that we want to do during the last 10 days of prayers, during the last 10 days of Ramadan. But we have to understand. We have to reflect to our holy books and the teachings of our beloved prophets. May peace be upon them. The life of a believer is more important to God than the Kaaba. We have to know that as Muslims. We have to know that. Honorable Speaker, if we want to force and open the worship places, we have to open the schools too. And that is, we are taking the risk to be infected with the COVID-19 or to even die. We cannot contain this. We have, many people are saying that we have to be going to Friday prayers or church service on Sunday and to make social distances. It's not possible here in the Gambia. Imagine, our worship places are not that big. Imagine on Friday prayers, 60% of the people going for Friday prayers pray outside because our mosques are small. We don't have the capacity to house so many people, so many worshippers. So we have to think of all those things. There are constraints. We cannot do that. Because if you happen to do that, we will take a whole street for Friday prayers. Because we cannot fit in the mosques or in the churches. What about if you want to make 1 meter or 2 meters distance? Many people are complaining, to be quite honest. But sorry to say this, even some people who are complaining about this, apart from Friday prayers, sometimes their houses are next to the mosques. They always hear the azan, the call for prayers, and they never go to attend the 5 daily prayers. And many of them are complaining. We all know each other. We are all neighbors. So what is the essence of forcing when our religious give us the opportunity to stay at our homes or to pray in our homes? We will have the rewards. God will answer our prayers. Wherever we pray, God will answer our prayers. Imagine, even in Islam, the Prophet taught us everywhere we go or everywhere we are, the prayers that we should do. And always God answered our prayers. Even when we go to toilets, we pray and God answers our prayers. We pray before we go and use our left foot. When going out, we pray too and use our right foot to go out. All those are teachings of the Prophet. That's how we do our prayers. But still people are insisting for the public places, for the worship places to be open. Imagine the Kaaba have been closed for more than 40 times because of security reasons and pandemic diseases. So if we happen to close our worship places for for 45 days or for 2 months or for 21 days. We should have patience. We should practice patience. God said that He is with the people who practice patience. It's not going to be forever. Even one of the closures of the Kaaba, for people not to tawaf there, was for a period of 10 years. We should not only think on one side. We have to be rational sometimes. We should not harm ourselves and harm others. If we reflect to the teachings of the Quran and the Sunnah, we must know that we should stay at home at the moment, because that is what the Prophet said. If there is a pandemic disease outbreak, we should not be in public places. We should not be doing public gatherings. If we understand our religions properly, the teachings of our religions, if we understand it properly, there is no need for government to be giving us regulations, because we will practice it to the maximum according to the teachings of our religions. But no, we are not doing it. People are even forcing people to shake hands. People are still doing social gatherings, funerals, naming ceremonies, weddings. And to my surprise, even the lawmakers, who are supposed to be far away from those things, to abstain those things, are attending those things, those ceremonies, or those programs. We should set examples. We should. For me, I don't mind my electors blaming me that he didn't come to my naming ceremony, to my wedding, to anything, but I will not. They all have said, I will not go there and continue this and take it to my family and harm others, or bring it to the parliament and harm my colleagues. The Prophet said, you will never be a believer unless and until you love, what you love for yourself, you love it for your own brother. So do we want to harm ourselves and harm others? No, we shouldn't. We shouldn't. We should be very, very careful about what we are saying or what we are doing. If we happen to lose our lives because of this coronavirus, it's going to be a disaster for us, because we can recover whatever we are losing in this period, but we cannot recover the lives that we will lose if we die, if we happen to die. And we will stop continue worshiping Allah, because we will die. Who will die and continue worshiping Allah? So we should understand and abide by the regulations. For a period of time, we'll continue whatever we want to do. Our normal business, our prayers, whatever we want to do. We have to understand that Islam is not based on whims and desires. It is based on consequences of our choice. We should understand. We should explain to our people, tell them to know reality. Some people know, but they're ignoring. Some people are politicizing this thing. We should be together to fight this pandemic. Honorable Speaker, I must applaud the government for receiving the organic herbal medicine from Madagascar, because Africans should believe in ourselves. We should adhere to the guidelines of the WHO. But if we know that we have something to cure this, we should not depend on the West. Each and every medicine in this world had a side effect, even the paracetamol, the chloroquine, the antibiotics, the brufen that we use, they all have side effects. But I believe that WHO don't want the cure to come from Africa. We should believe in ourselves. This should be the time that we show the whole world that we can do it. The solutions to our problems here in Africa, we can solve it by ourselves. and the problem of the world at large. Honourable Speaker, these were the few remarks that I have about this motion. Thank you.
Thank you. Honourable Member for Serekunda West. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. Like my other honourable colleagues, I also commend the special committee for the job they have just presented to us. And I have only one observation as far as the report is concerned, and that is on page 4, I believe. Yes, page 4, under the objectives. The committee was supposed to inform members of the National Assembly about the state of the implementation of the regulations and their effects on the lives and livelihoods of people and institutions. They have done well in terms of institutions. They have contacted a lot of them. They have interviewed a lot of them. But I believe the people are left out. I would have thought when the committee visit markets, they will not only stop at talking at the authorities of the market, but even the women who are coming in and out, they could just stop them, ask them some questions, and they would have told them how they feel about what is happening in the market. The same could have also applied to the transport sector. Not only the drivers, not only the unions, but the passengers themselves could have been asked a few questions. That's just a way of observation. Madam Speaker, I fully support the content of the report, but with the exception of the extension of the 21 days. I do not and will not subscribe to any form of extending the state of public emergency if regulations are not adhered to, just like many of the speakers have said. The special committee was tasked, or let me put it this way, when the Honorable Minister was before this August House and asking for 90 days, we agreed to give them 45 days with scrutiny and observation, so that at the end of the 45 days, if the virus is gone, thank God. But as it is now, it has not gone. When he comes to us, we would look at the 45 days that have just elapsed, and based on that, we should be able to make our recommendations. And by what has prevailed in the past 45 days, it's a form of failure. The regulations are not adhered to, and therefore that defeats the purpose of the state of public emergency. If the regulations are not adhered to, there is no point to the state of emergency, because the two goes together. On that basis, I do not think we should extend this public state of emergency. The 45 days of public emergency had brought more hardship on the Gambians. And this report has said that clearly. People have taken it on their own, increased transport fares, which made life extremely difficult for commuters across the country. Why would we add the burden again on our citizens? If we do that, we are not fair to ourselves, we are not fair to our people as well. The intention of the public state of emergency is good. And the regulations, the intentions of the regulations also is good. But the fact that government cannot enforce the laws, there's no point of extending the public state of emergency. Madam Speaker, nobody doubts the reality of COVID-19. It is real and devastating. Over 4 million people are confirmed to have the virus. And a good number of these confirmed cases died. Across the world, Gambia not an exception, even though the only death victim we have is a non-Gambian, but nonetheless it is confirmed on our soil. So nobody is doubting that. And I am of the view that we should do everything possible to contain and fight the disease. It is really deadly. But unless government is able to enforce the regulations, there is no way we can make a headway. In other parts of the world, they are relaxing restrictions because they have done extremely well. There were total lockdown in most parts of those countries. And because they have done that very well, they have reached a level where they can relax the restrictions. But we started and we have not gone anywhere because we cannot enforce our own regulations. So we just paying a lip service, but actually we are not serious with the disease. I fully remember a few weeks ago when the Minister of Health was here, he said, left him alone. We'll go for a total lockdown. But that also goes with cost and resource. But that is the best thing for us to have done. Total lockdown and people be provided with the basic necessities of life. Then we would have gone to a very good level where we can talk of relaxing the restrictions. But we have failed in that. So since we have failed in the first 45 days, why would we increase? I support fully all the content except the extension of the 21 days. The burden and hardship, Madam Speaker, the market vendors, I think are the most people who suffer. Most of the markets are locked at the beginning, and then at some time it was relaxed a little bit. But even though, like some speakers have alluded to, the fact that time is given, limitations are done, are increasing the chances of congestions in our markets. The social distancing is not respected, and it seems government is frustrated. They have no way, no means, or have to control the social distancing. Where they cannot even control the social distancing, what are we talking about the reduction of the passengers on the vehicles? It's not happening. Most vehicles are congested. And again, the drivers are paying double, are charging double, and yet nobody is doing anything about it. So why would we just push our people into that hardship? No one is doubting the seriousness of COVID-19, but the fact of the matter is we are not treating it seriously as it is serious. That's the fact of the matter. So I would not subscribe to any form of extending the public state of emergency because it's only going to add more hardship onto our people, those in the markets, those at the open markets, that's Lumos, people who are committing. Yes. Unless we are able to come up with methods and mechanisms to reinforce, I cannot support it. Madam Speaker, to conclude, because the substantial motion will come soon before us, to conclude on the report, would say that the first 45 has given, which is given as opposed to government's demand of 90 days for scrutiny, has completely failed. The government has completely failed in that, and some of them are teased out by the report. And therefore, what we should do now is to say no to any form of extending the public state of emergency until we have something concrete from government. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Honorable Member for Ilyasa.
Hello, assalamu alaikum. Hello, thank you very much, Madam Speaker, for giving me the floor. Although I'll be very brief, and then I'll send my comment until I hear from the Justice Minister. Madam Speaker, when I go to the report, they said they visited across the country. I think that there are certain health centers they did not visit. Places like Kundra Health Center was not visited, and Karawane, Salikenye, Njabakunda, Ilyasa, Jen Sanjal, and the most important area is Janjamburi. You all know Janjamburi is an island, and they make sure that they got Janjamburi at least and monitor the situation at Janjamburi. Simply because it's a little bit far from Bansang. And from there, although they visited Jara Soma market, but they did not visit the health center at Jara Soma. And the most important area is Kiang. None of the Kiang health centers has been visited. And then from Sanganyan to down the Caravan, it's all part of Kiang. So therefore, and communities decided to visit the Kiang area simply because it's a little bit of landlocked, because they are far from people until they are only near from Baribu. So I want the committee to give the answer. And also, according to our list, I didn't see anything from Shibana also, Shibana Health Center. And there's no among their list. And if that being the case, this is my little bit of contribution. I reserve my contribution until I hear from the Justice Minister. Thank you very much, Madam Speaker.
Honorable Member for Talinding.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker, for giving me the floor. I would also like to join my colleagues to thank the Special Select Committee on COVID-19 for doing a tremendous job. Madam Speaker, since the Gambia registered its new case on the 17th of March and declared a state of emergency on the 27th of March, the number keeps increasing. And listening to the WHO report and the global statistics, the Gambia has reached an alarming stage. Madam Speaker, going through the report, page 6, where the committee conducted findings, the committee observed that there was no effective communication and coordination between the Ministry of Justice, the custodian of the regulation, and the Interior Minister. The ministry report shows that the ministry's response shows that they sent a report to the Interior Minister. And the Interior Minister further went on by saying, up to date, the committee visited them. They haven't received any report. And they were not with their PPE to conduct the job. And the health ministry is in total denial of such. I will not dwell more on that. I will wait for the line ministries to come and clarify that. But Madam Speaker, I have few recommendations to be added to the report for adoption. Madam Speaker, we all know that this deadly pandemic needs a collective responsibility. So I call on all media houses, both print and electronic, to join hands and dedicate a free airtime whereby they will counsel and the Gambian populace about COVID-19 and the safety precaution. Madam Speaker, on the education, I will also recommend the Ministry of Education to consider the madrasas, because these Islamic schools like Mahat, they were not subvented and they rely on the school fees to pay their teachers. So at this trying moment, they were not teaching and people were not paying school fees. If the government came to their aid, this can lay off some of their teachers. Madam Speaker, on the fish landing site, I will also recommend the health workers to be at our fish landing site, because most of these Senegalese fishermen travel to the interior by the river. Madam Speaker, I will also recommend the Honorable Minister to have a massive sensitization to dispel this rumor that Europe is working on vaccine trial to test in Africa, because this is stopping from many mothers to take their kids to the maternity. Madam Speaker, the food package, I want the NDMA and those responsible to watch out, because we don't want the politician to have a hand on this. If not, it will be driven by politics. The purpose will be defeated. Madam Speaker, as earlier alluded by the Honorable Member for Jarol, that some areas within the borders find it very difficult to have water. They have water shortage. I think the government should respond quick and help these people, because if not, they might go into Senegal to collect water, which might also result to some harm to our citizens. Madam Speaker, with those few remarks, I think I will reserve some of my points to wait for the Minister's response. On that note, Madam Speaker, I submit and beg to sit my seat.
Thank you very much, Honorable Member for Combo East.
Thank you very much, Honorable Speaker, for giving me the floor. Honorable Speaker, I must thank all members who spoke before me for their well deliberations. Honorable Speaker, I must use this opportunity to thank the Special Committee on Implementation of the Emergency Power Regulations for a job well done. Honorable Speaker, I know because with a short space of time, they are able to crisscross all over the country. Actually, they need to be commended. Honorable Speaker, we should be able to have a situational analysis on the first 45 days of the resolutions, so that we should be able to take stock of what was done by the government. Because as I'm speaking to you at this point in time, there are certain target beneficiaries that are yet to receive their food relief package. I think the government should be able to be proactive to ensure that people receive their relief package as soon as possible. Because otherwise we will be adding insult to injury. Because if the other problem was not solved, if you want to add another problem, it would be a double negative. So therefore, it will be imperative for the government to do their best to ensure that the food package is being released. Honorable Speaker, the state of public emergency regulation for the first 45 days created a lot of challenges to the public, more so to the most vulnerable population in our society. Therefore, it is incumbent on all of us as people's representatives to ensure the protections and the protection of the social and the welfare of the people adhere to. Honorable Speaker, we must also thank the MRC for their proactiveness and their commitment to response to this serious pandemic. They really need to be commended. Honorable Speaker, not only the government, but other philanthropics, like Direct Aid and other institutions and individuals who are also giving out food aid to the vulnerable community in this country, really need to be commended. We must thank them so sincerely, and we will also like them to continue to help the people of this country, to complement the efforts of the government. Honorable Speaker, in enforcing the regulations, we need to resource the police and the sister institutions in order to have an effective implementation of these regulations. Otherwise, they cannot do it. And according to the report, mobility is a case in point, and therefore they need to be given mobility for them to be patrolling and do their work as expected. Honorable Speaker, we should not be very much complacent of the limited number of cases that is reported in this country. If not properly managed, it will be blown out of proportion. And therefore, the government should be there to remedy the situation as soon as possible. Honorable Speaker, I'll be very much brief in my submission. The conventional schools at this point in time are on distant learning process, on radio and TV broadcast. However, how about the madrasas that are they not part of the curriculum? If the mover of the motion can clearly give us the doubt or indicate what would be their fate as far as the COVID-19 is concerned, whether they have been made a consultation to that effect. In conclusion, Honorable Speaker, I'm also of the view that the mosque and the churches should definitely be open, so that people can conduct their normal and congregational prayers and pray to the Almighty Allah with His infinite mercy to protect the life of the people of this country. On that note, Honorable Speaker, I thank you so very much, and I wish to take my seat. Thank you.
Thank you. Honorable Member for Sane Mentere. Excuse me.
Thank you very much, Ma, for giving me the floor. Let me also join my colleagues to thank the Special Committee on the COVID-19. Madam Speaker, I'll be very brief with my intervention because most of my colleagues have already said all. Madam Speaker, what we should all know today or realize is the government is not trying to punish its citizens, but trying to protect them. We all know or hear about this COVID-19. In fact, it could be even better here with the Africans, but when you go to Europe, places like America, how many casualties every day? We pray to Allah that we are not at that stage here. Madam Speaker, if we talk to some people or trying to sensitize some people about this COVID-19, some of them will even try to politicize this pandemic, which is beyond politics now. Some of them will tell you that there's no COVID-19, it's not existing, government is just trying to look for money. But do we know how much governments are losing every day? There is no government, no institution, no business or individual who is gaining at this right moment. We are all losing. So for that being the case, we need to sensitize our people, for them to know. Because if you look at the Ministry of Experts report here, it is saying 181 could be infected, and thus the peak period could be in June or July. 181,000. 20% of that could have treatment. What about the other 80%? And 5% would die. What is the 5% of 181? 9,050. Would we allow to see our people go like that? Madam Speaker, life is very much vital. We are Muslims, and if they are even telling you that if you are going to Mecca, one of the pillars of Islam, if there is war on that way, please leave. Don't go. Because life works a lot. Madam Speaker, it's high time for us to sensitize our people, for them to know that this pandemic is serious in some areas, and we don't pray for it to come to the Gambia because we cannot contain it. So as the English say, prevention is better than cure. Let's try to prevent our country before it is too late. And the other aspect is the committee's site visitings, like the fish landing areas. They've been to Katong, Gunjur, Tanje, but I have not seen a report from Burfoot, where you have almost more than 200 canoes, all coming from Senegal. And we are told that now this latter part, the disease, all cases are coming from Senegal. And these people are traveling through the sea. There's no security there. I went there to check up. Only what I found there was the sea rescue. Very few people who are not able to contain and control that area. So I am appealing to the security, particularly the Minister of Interior, to deploy some security there so that they can take care of that area, because the Senegalese are using the sea route to travel in and out. Madam Speaker, the other thing is the councils are complaining that they were not consulted. They don't know anything about the regulations. How can you enforce something that you don't know? I am appealing to the local government also to please sensitize the councils, because they are the ones on the ground, so that they can take care of the community. And then the other thing is, we have to empower the security forces. You can all see now the way Gambians behave with the security. We are not afraid of the security. If the security wants to enforce, we deny them. And the only thing they can do is to use force. When they use excess force, people use public outcry. So we should respect our securities. They are working for us. We pay them to work for us. So if they are doing their duties, please let us respect them and know that this disease doesn't leave anyone. It can be me today and you tomorrow. Madam, for that being the case, I raise my case here. Thank you very much.
Honorable Deputy Speaker.
Thank you very much, Honorable Speaker, for giving me the floor. Honorable Speaker, I will start my intervention with MRC Gambia. Honorable Speaker, MRC has done a lot with regards to this COVID-19. Going by the report, page 24 of the report has indicated that MRC conducted tests 100 people per day. And they intend to carry out these tests outside Greater Banjul area, and the total number they are likely to test will be about 400 per day. And not only that, Madam Speaker, they have also introduced 42 clinical beds, and then prepared 30 beds for Fajara and 10 beds for Keneba MRC. Madam Speaker, I think MRC has done a lot with regards to this COVID-19. I will take this opportunity to congratulate them for the job well done. Having said that, Madam Speaker, I will go to the committee. The committee has done a lot of good work. Within this short space of time, the committee is able to go out and visit so many places, almost all over the country. I think this is a clear indication that the National Assembly Select Committee has done a wonderful job. Now, coming on to page 6, Madam Speaker, that is about the famous $500 million, which explained by the Minister of Finance. $500 million pledge was paid to $500 million pledge to the Ministry of Health. $172 million has already been paid. It indicates that $100 million for $172 million was added to the grant approved for the World Bank towards the procurement of the ambulances. Honorable Speaker, this explanation really, I want to know the total number of ambulances purchased out of the grant. Madam Speaker, having said that, I will go to I will come to the sensitization, Madam Speaker. I think this disease is real, as we all know. All over the world, every day, news are coming, people are dying like nobody's business. Gambia is no exception. So as a result, Madam Speaker, I think we need sensitization. And sensitization, Madam Speaker, I think all the radio stations, all media houses should make sure that this program is announced in local languages, the languages that people will hear. Sensitization should not only stop there, Madam Speaker. I think this very institution also had a very important role to play as people's representative. We have to make sure that we talk to our people and tell them that COVID-19 is real and we have to be very careful. According to the report, Madam Speaker, in the month of June, July will be a peak period in West Africa. We don't know, God forbid it, but we don't know if it happens, and we are not prepared. Our people don't believe in this. It's going to be a serious thing. Now, social distancing is another problem. The only regulation that is in this country is hand washing. Anywhere you go in this country, even in the provinces, you find hand washing. That was excellent. But apart from that, these other regulations are not enforced. We are lawmakers, Madam Speaker. The enforcers are there, and they should make sure that they enforce the regulations. With these few remarks, I thank you very much for giving me the floor.
Thank you very much. Honorable Member for Foni is not here. Okay, then. Lopa Fuladu is also not here. Then, nominated member. Thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker, for giving me the floor, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, I must first of all thank the Select Committee for, the special committee, that's the task force, which was set here in this August House to follow up the COVID-19 activities, monitor and report
Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, going by this report, I was really amazed and surprised. I never expect that within this shortest period, Madam Speaker, this committee will be able to present such a report in this August House. Madam Speaker, going through this report, you can see that all over the country, only few places that maybe the members make their observation, they do not reach. But otherwise, one can say 85% or 90%. Entire country and sectors have been visited by these people. This is what we expect. This is what thing of this kind, you can see how loyal people are to their country, to their nations. When a responsibility is given to you, you have to be very willing to see that the country is bigger than anybody. You execute it the best of your ability. Madam Speaker, that's why I said I must congratulate them for the good work they have done. Almost 95% of the members has made their deliberation before me. I've had, since yesterday I'm here, hardly I go out. I was listening because of this report. Madam Speaker, I still stand by what I have said. That left to me 1 year state of emergency, I still maintain it, Madam Speaker. Yes, because we are still seeing what is happening. We are seeing what is happening outside Gambia every day. If you don't look at the radio, but if you go to Google, you are always informed globally. Madam Speaker, I said, politics and death, they are different. Madam Speaker, we are representing the people here, but the people we are representing, including ourselves. I said before, I said this is life. This is life, Madam Speaker. We all belong to a constituency. Whether you are nominated or but you come from an area, Madam Speaker. And you come from a family, Madam Speaker. Nobody wants to lose your life, neither your family. But when people come to this August House, in my constituency, restriction, yes. Some are talking about the mosque, churches. No. If you want to criticize, complainly, don't use. Don't use that as an excuse.
Don't use that as an excuse. We are all Muslims and Christians. Either you belong to the church or the mosque, Honorable Speaker. But in our religion, Muslims, nobody's hand is tied that you compulsory understand. Crisis of this nature, when it happens, you have to go to the mosque. We all know that. Let's speak the truth. No one can come here, you're trying to understand, use the gallery, understand, for deceiving people. You cannot deceive anybody, Honorable Speaker. We all know what is right and what is wrong. This is life and death, Madam Speaker. I said, if this thing is somewhere in Mauritania here or Mali, honestly, if you say even in 10 years, we will accept it. But thank God, alhamdulillah, Rabbil Alameen. Up to today, the Gambia has realized only one death, which actually is not an indigenous of this country, a foreigner. So still Gambia is saying thank God. Let's continue praying, Madam Speaker. Woe betide. You go to Sierra Leone, how many deaths? You go to Google, you'll get the information. You go to Senegal, they have more deaths than us. Do we pray more than Senegalese? Do we go to mosque more than Senegalese? Do we go to, are we more Muslim, pure Muslims than Senegalese? Or pure Christian than Senegalese, Madam Speaker? But yet still, how many deaths they have? Gambia, thank God, up to now, we don't have an indigenous Gambian single death. Let people not come to the Gogo's house. We are representing a majority. Don't create confusion. This is not politics. This is a matter that belongs to all of us. It's our concern. And it should be our concern, Madam Speaker. You will not sensitize. You are only saying, let's go for sensitization. You stop here. You come here, you say, let's sensitize. All of you are sitting here, you don't go and stay in there for permanent. How many meetings? Go there and call someone a meeting. Or you go house to house. They voted for you. Sensitize them. If you want sensitization, the whole population is here. The whole population of Gambia is here. We represent them. Who should do sensitization better than us? When you want their vote.
Point of order, ma.
Madam Speaker,
point of order.
1 week, 2 weeks, 14 days campaign.
Point of order.
To candidates. Madam Speaker.
Under section 29, clause 29, subsection 5, no member shall impute improper motives to any other member. The honorable member, nominated member, is accusing members of staying here and they did not go for sensitization. It's untrue.
I think we try to abide by the rules that our in-house rules, which are the standing orders, and it is very clear. Let us not impute improper motive and let us not accuse each other. Let's try to be very restrictive in our conversation, please.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. Thank you, Honorable Speaker, for, yes. If it offended them, I withdraw my statement.
Yes,
Madam Speaker.
Sorry. I think that is most honorable. Thank you. Go ahead.
Madam Speaker, as I was saying, we all know if you want to sensitize your people, we want sensitization. There is no group better or more than these members of this August House. When you want to become a member of parliament, you are given 14 days by IEC to campaign. Every corner, every cabilo, every compound, every house, you went in and out to get their vote. Then there was nothing like this COVID-19. Because we are seeing involved deaths. Today, sometimes people, atmosphere is not conducive to us because you never know when you're going to be attacked. As previous some members have said, it's something that you cannot see. But we are more concerned, privy to people who voted for you. Meet them at their doorstep, tell them that please comply the restriction. Comply to the restriction. Nobody is more than understand, better than members of this National Assembly to sensitize. They can do it better than health, justice, finance, local government, also, and so on. They can do it. You know, charity begins at home. Before I go on to the outside, I'll begin from here, from ourselves. So let's do that first. Let's be honest to ourselves and tell the people the truth. Madam Speaker, yes, when I went through the report, Madam Speaker, the committee went round for various ministries. And then hear from them their concerns. That's true. Madam Speaker, well, you see, Madam Speaker, people have to be honest with themselves. People should be honest. I am through this report, I have seen here when people talk about local government, what are the area council, police, you know, lack of transports and other things. Madam Speaker, some are saying that understand they are not aware. Well, since this thing was a state minister. Madam Speaker, attention here, Madam Speaker. I don't know whether you are listening to me. Madam Speaker. Yeah. Yeah. Madam Speaker, according to the report, Madam Speaker, some state ministers told this special committee they have not laid hand up to now on the reports. Madam Speaker, it really surprised me. Really surprised me. This, before we are aware, this emergency and the restriction is brought to us here in this August House. Where does it start from? Cabinet. Yeah. Cabinet, they are the executive. So obviously we cannot get it before them. They approve it first, and you were in the cabinet. If the Minister of Interior or the local government can tell the committee that they are not aware, they don't have the report. I'm surprised to hear that in this August House, Madam Speaker, or to see it in this report. They were part of the executive, Madam Speaker. The police, they are not aware, and this thing was gazetted. The excuse of the lack of transport that has been here since the memorial, since the First Republic. I was a police officer, Madam Speaker. I was a police officer, where in the police station you come and find a rider, motorcycle. It's an advance. Anybody wants a motorcycle, you apply. There's no motorcycle ever since at any police station in this country before in the First Republic. It only comes to some sections of traffic and others now, understand, in the Second Republic. But the question of mobility has always been something, a constraint, as far as this government is concerned, since the First Republic. But I'm surprised when the committee is saying that the minister said they have not seen. How can that be possible? And you are the executive. This thing was approved there. Let people not have two tongues. Because, no, let's call a spade a spade. It is gazetted when the moment it comes to you, honestly, it is your duty to call your permanent secretary or your people concerned. You pass information before the booklet is brought. You lay hand on the booklet. That's your responsibility. People cannot just be sitting and you want to work and you will wait until after the cabinet. You have seen the gazette. All right, they have to circulate and then this income. That's the time you're going to call. How long? And we are in the state of emergency. That's why I said I'm commending this committee, Honorable Speaker. With this limited time, if these people can do this, with this limited time, and Madam Speaker, I'm proposing that we maintain this committee. This will be a committee of any, not only COVID, we don't pay the COVID, but other issues, other things that we can ask this committee to make an as our investigators. Because they have done it, they have done something within this sort of time. So definitely that cannot convince me, that point, that the ministers are saying that they have not seen it. Here's the concern of the mobility at the border. Yes, that has been here since the memorial. It's not this transition, this has been here. Lack of transport. You go to the ambulance, you go to the hospital, you go to the health centers. Is that something new? 55 years. Since 1965 to 55, we're going now to 60 years now, we are going Gambia, since we had our independence. Madam Speaker. I know, yes, it's a concern going on. But within this sort of time, how do you expect the government to purchase 1,000 vehicles, 1,000 motorcycles at all the police stations here? It is not possible. Senegal, how many millions of people, how many they have more resources, their money, they cannot do it. Let's manage parliamentarians. We go to our people, their doorstep, sensitize them, urge them, understand, convince them to believe that this thing is real, and then comply. Madam Speaker, what the question of that? No, this thing, the money is not coming. How can the money come? We are here now, up till now. We have not finalized the things. We ourselves, let's be honest with ourselves. And we are asking certain things to be, comply. Before the money comes out, before certain disbursement is done. Let's not misinform our electorate. It's not possible. We are here, nothing is approved as yet. Some areas, they don't have the rights, they don't have these things because the money, it has not been approved yet. Things are not finalized yet. But however, the executive is trying, government is trying to see, understand how best they can do. They are not, whatever, understand, they are not just sending it away, not to any other country, but it's here. It's here. So let's take it easy, we understand. executive and the National Assembly, we are one. We are the same mother and the same father. You know, let us all go understand. We are all journeying to the welfare of our people, ourselves and the nation. Ourselves, first, because nobody wants to die. Ourselves, interest is our own interest because I don't know. Particularly, they are saying that anybody over 60 years, this thing is following this thing. So maybe people like me and Sidia and Halifa also and the speaker herself, deputy speaker, member for Janjamure, majority leader. So let us see what can be possible. We do this as quickly as possible. Because we don't want to die, and it's coming. Madam Speaker, well, I think on that note, Madam Speaker, well, I will thank the whole House. Since yesterday we are here discussing, although we don't expect that it will take so long, but however, people have their own views, so it's part of the game. So, but I commend everybody. I thank everybody. If I offended anybody, please understand. It's a parliamentary law. It's a parliament. So it's a bandaba. So if I say something you don't want to say, yes, I don't want it. That's nothing. Also, you know, people understand who don't have blessing can tell their father that understand is what my father, what you have said is not true. It's also possible. If you okay, on that note, Madam Speaker, thank you.
Thank you. Order. Maybe once in a while it's good to release the tension and people laugh, the stress. Thank you very much. Honorable member for Lower Salem is also not around. Same with Fonyi Brevet. So maybe I'll give the floor to Honorable member for Banjul North. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Honorable Speaker. I am a member of the Special Select Committee. I need not say much. I believe the chairperson will be responding to some of the issues. But I just want to draw the attention of this August Assembly that I am somewhat surprised and even worried to some extent to hear some positions that are sometimes even contradictory. But we are faced with a situation that has two approaches. One approach is that COVID-19 is here, already in the Gambia. The numbers are negligible, they are insignificant compared to what is happening even next to Senegal. They said we've registered one death, and we have more than 23, 24 cases. That's a small number. But the approach is that let's leave it. Let's drop our guards. Let's allow the people to enjoy the comfort, business as usual. And this disease is such that it starts small and then it surges. And epidemics are like that. They start small and then they reach a peak. And the approach is that let's allow it to go, erupt, reach the peak. And we are being given prognosis by health officials that the peak period might be around June, July, August. And if things get worse, we might have 181,000 people infected, and out of these 20% would require hospitalization. This number, 181,000, and then 5% of 181,000 might die. And I think somebody has given the calculation 9,000 plus, even 5,000. We don't know who is going to be part of it. Even one person is life. But I mean, if it's 5,000, you don't know whether you're going to be part of it. So we can allow that. to happen so that, it will come up with the casualties. If you are part of it, then you are part of it. This is one approach. Is this a responsible approach? Well, that's up to us to decide. The other approach is that COVID is here, but we have heard from the scientists, the medical workers, that this is a science. It is a virus that does not travel. It's transmitted through people. It's unlike the mosquito, the malaria. That is the mosquito taking plasmodium, injecting one person, and then you are infected. This is transmitted through our interaction, close contacts. Through transmission of our fluid from our mouth or nose. But if we distance ourselves, the virus does not survive long outside. There are positions that say 2 days, 3 days. But whatever the case, it does not survive long outside. And even with the infected person, because the situation here is that with COVID-19, many people will survive it. 80% survive, they survive it. And how they survive it, as we all know, there is no treatment as of now. There is no drug to cure it. There is no vaccine to prevent it, to prevent people from being infected. But your system can enjoy it, and then it disappears. You develop antibodies, it disappears. So if it is not surviving outside, it will be compromised by your system. Your system will compromise the virus. So you cannot transmit it. So with this, eventually, disease will not be around. So that's the scientific approach, that's the advice we've got. This is also an approach that we can take. But this requires foregoing, not rights, but there are certain comfortable things, comfort, convenience. We have to forego some of this just to save ourselves and save others. And this is by social distancing. This is the advice we've got from the experts, medical officials, scientists. This is an approach that we can also take. So it is up to us to decide which of the approaches we should take. If we apply social distancing, and by the way, there is no lockdown as such in this country, because even with the regulations, they allow people to go about their normal businesses, but just to observe social distancing. This is the position. Personal sanitization, hand sanitization, and then social distancing. This is all that it is being asked. And the regulations are addressing that. Of course, because COVID-19 is health, but it also have ramifications on society, on economy, on livelihoods. And that's why they're talking about economic, the impact of physical distancing on our livelihoods. So some regulations are addressing that. I think it is important for us to hear from the health workers. The Minister of Health should tell us, in addition to whatever information, as to how to go about this thing from this stage. They're talking about, the committee is recommending for an extension, but for a shorter period than what the executive is asking. So the Minister of Health, you can get information from the Minister of Health to tell us why we need an extension. Because they are the experts. Let's not relegate them. They are key in this. The regulations, the precautions, like I said, they have some implications. Yesterday, a head teacher, a school head, called me to tell me that when you go to Parliament, please encourage your colleagues to open up the schools because the children are safer in the schools than in their homes, in the neighborhoods. Because for her, the objective of closing the schools is to avoid interaction, close contact. But that's what is happening in their neighborhoods, in their homes, households. So that is our suggestion. So these are issues that we can talk about. Is it safe to allow our kids to go back to school? Is it possible to maintain social distancing in the schools? A school, you can see overcrowded classrooms, more than 50 pupils in a classroom. 70. Is it possible to do it? So we have to be realistic. How can we apply social distancing and allow some of these things to proceed? So these are the things that should really exercise our minds. What we must not drop our guards. COVID-19 is real. It kills. Even if it is one life, it's a life that's worth living. Even if it is a non-Gambian, it is a life that is worth living. It's a life. Life is life. It does not record nationality. It's life, and it's within our territory. It's our duty to protect every life in this country, Gambian, non-Gambian. So Gambia is not spared. We have lost one life. It has been told, it has been said over and over again, that our health system is really not well positioned to accommodate the surge that is predicted, that when you reach the peak, it's going to be catastrophic. That is why they are advising that in order to break the chain of transmission, let us apply social distancing. Well, the chair will talk about that. When the religious leaders came before us, they were asked, somebody said, they were asked, is it possible for you to go to the mosques, pray, but yet ensure that every person who is coming, every worshipper, washes his or her hand for entering and also observe social distancing? This was asked. And who's going to enforce that? This was also asked. Is there the organization? Is there the capacity to do this? The essence is social distancing. The lack of enforcement of the regulations due to the lack of capacity of the enforcement agencies, the lack of enforcement adherence to the regulations by the population due to either defiance or unawareness does not mean that social distancing cannot save us. Social distancing is the key, and it's our duty as representatives of the people to be promoting it. It is our duty to be promoting social distancing. We have a role. But, well, of course, you can hear representatives standing here saying that, well, it would not work. People would not adhere to it. So, therefore, let's debunk it. I don't think that's the position that we should take. It's important to highlight challenges, that if we do this, these are the challenges. So what are we going to do to address challenges? That's fine. It's our duty to say that, well, if you do this, we're going to violate rights, because, as indicated very clearly, restrictions, these regulations should not violate fundamental rights. We must ensure that we safeguard the rights. They should be, to the extent that they are democratic, there are rules or regulations that are acceptable in a democratic society. That is, they don't violate basic rights, But if they don't do that, just asking you when you go to the market, maintain safe distancing. Because the argument, in fact, councils have a role to play, districts have a role to play. But they are not enforcing. In fact, what we've discovered is ownership. You are an implementing authority. You own it. And it's the councils, the security, there's a committee established under the Ministry of Trade. These are the three key enforcement bodies that should ensure that regulations are enforced. There are challenges we've discussed as highlighted in the report. In terms of mobility, in terms of materials, equipment, how do you address that? But that should not be an excuse of non-action. So basically, that is what I wanted to say. And then it was also indicated, like there's a challenge. Somebody the other day asked me, well, they have banned motorbicycles from carrying passengers. Except, because that was his position. I told him, no, they can carry if it is health-related emergencies. But he told me that, well, I live far away from my workplace, and my son works with me. The guy is a tailor, and we close very late at night. But when I am going home, the boy cannot board to transfer because I don't have the means to pay for fares for him to go to his home, because it's a far away place. It's very far away from each other. So is it possible, and this guy is suggesting this, I'm just throwing this to you, is it possible for them to allow, because we are from the same compound, he is with me all the time. From the home we are together, from the workplace we are together, and then back home. So there is no possibility of me infecting him or her. Well, that's his position. That's not always the case. So he was suggesting, is it possible for the regulations to allow riders to produce document that this is my son, this is birth certificate, we are from the same compound, to produce evidence that this guy is not a passenger that I'm carrying. It's from the same family. So and we are together. So I think these are things that we can think around to see how this is possible. And the other day also, a guy who runs a video club is telling me that I am renting an apartment with my wife, and we depended on this video club. I'm also renting the video club. But the owner of the video club, the owner of the compound where the video club is, and the apartment where I'm staying, they're different, have given me notice to vacate. But I am not earning. So what can be done in that regard? The councils, where they're collecting licenses from these people. The government, GRA, where they're collecting, what sort of support can be given to boy? I told them that, well, you see, the problem also with you is that they don't have document. There's no data regarding those that are operating in the informal sector. So that's also a challenge. But these are things that we can think around, see how relief can come if there is the resources. Because I just don't want to push for relief and then we have the resources. So, but these are the things, these are some of the challenges that people are really, encountering. How do you address them? So, like I said, to conclude, we need an extension. We need an extension, and the committee had recommended a period that it has to go with enforcement. All the enforcing agencies, the police, the councils, should really engage, should try to get all the tools that are needed to be able to enforce these regulations. And they are not hard, they are not difficult to comply with, some of them. Like in the markets, there is even this suggestion that if markets are congested, there might be open fields, there might be football fields, so to speak, open areas where you can transfer some of the traders just to ensure that there's this the congestion. Wherever there is the will, there is a way. And I want us to master the will. If we master the will, we will find a way. Honorable Speaker, that's what I'm telling my colleagues, that we have a key role to play in this. We have a constituents to represent, and the constituents are constituency-based and also the nation. The nation is the constituency of each and every one of us, as well as our constituencies. But we are at this trying time. The population needs us. How do we ensure that COVID-19 does not claim any other life in this country? It may be difficult, but it's also possible. And I would urge every Gambian to prepare his or her mind that when you are in given situations, in order to be able to emerge out of it unhurt, unscathed, prepare for the worst. It might not end up being something, a worse scenario at the end of the day. This situation can continue until the vaccine is discovered or a drug is discovered. This situation, I mean, the present situation, with one case, one casualty, and then these cases, it's highly unlikely, but it's also possible. But let us prepare for the worst. Ensure that our healthcare system, after this, the healthcare system in the country after this becomes fit for purpose. Because it's robust, it's efficient, it's effective, and it's resilient. That is why when we supported the commitment of those resources, 500 million, into the health system, to ensure that after COVID-19, somebody had said it here, those who, because a huge chunk of our budget goes for treatment of civil servants abroad, foreign treatment, Minister of Health. We want that to stop. And we believe that this amount that we are pumping is going to address that. That after this, no Gambian, particularly, of course, private Gambians can go out if they have the resources. But those that are serving government would not have the cost to go for treatment abroad. Our system, our infrastructure, the healthcare delivery system is in such a state that you will get all that you need in terms of treatment. It will be accessible, it will be of quality, and it will be affordable. That is our wish, and this is an opportunity. This is the window of opportunity for us. It's an opportunity that we can realize this. But we must be focused as a nation, work as a nation, work as a team to save our nation. COVID-19 can be defeated. We are at war. We are technically at war. But we are fighting an enemy that is invincible. But it's an enemy that we don't know much about, but we know how to defeat it. And it is through social distancing, through, like they say, hand sanitization, cleanliness, generally, basic hygiene.
Thank you.
And of course, the relief can come wherever it is biting hard. The government can come up with that. Of course, National Assembly can assist in that. But if we go by the precautions given by the WHO and the Minister of Health of the Gambia, we will be able to save our population from this.
Thank you.
On that, Honorable Speaker, I want to assume myself.
Thank you. Yeah, Honorable Member for Upper Fuladu West. Just to remind, time is of the essence. It's getting to 2 o'clock, and we want to allow your chairperson to respond before we go for a short break. Thank you.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I would just like to attempt to maybe address some of the the issues raised, as well as my own observations, because well, first of all, I would like to thank everyone for the kind words of encouragement towards the committee for the job we have done. I must say, it was a very noble or humble cause for us. We actually put our hearts and soul into it, knowing for a fact that we have to come back to you and and report to you, our findings, and we didn't definitely want to disappoint you. But however, we have to understand that as committees, and we have a very a limited time, we cannot do everything that everyone expects us to do within the time frame and the resources available to us. So we did the best we could within the time and the resources. And we didn't expect it to be 100% adequate to serve everybody's view. But at least it will give you a picture of what is out there, and also allow you to make your own inputs, and your decision is finally yours. This is just about you. Whatever you take, you do from here, is your decision. Madam Speaker, I want to say these few things now, because like I was saying, as a committee, we don't all agree on one thing. And some of our own personal views might be a little bit different, but as a committee, we have to agree to a common ground. So views differ, and sometimes there are certain things that we cannot capture in the recommendations, but we will have the opportunity as members when we come here to do that. There is a lot of confusion, Madam Speaker, and which we have to understand. There is a balancing act we have to conduct. What I mean by balancing act is, yes, we have the power to revoke this extension, or the power to extend. But we should ask ourselves now, where do we revoke this state of public emergency? And expose the whole country to a life-threatening disease that is out there now, that is obvious. And for people who still ask whether COVID-19 is true or not, I don't know where they're looking at, because I have my own family and friends who are affected by this disease. So I don't know where they are actually drawing their conclusions from, but it's very difficult for me for them not to understand that this is actually a very looming threat on our livelihoods and our life, per se, that we need to address. So this has actually provided us now with a very unique opportunity where we have to assess ourselves, because it has given us that opportunity as a country to give our exposure as a country as far as health and health infrastructure is concerned. But also what it has actually presented us is overwhelming difficulties which are beyond bounds in certain circumstances. But we have to distinguish the two. There is no legal base to claim that because of there is a COVID-19 or there is a virus, the government has to compensate you. There is no legal base. Yes, there is a moral question, like other countries, that because there is a virus, governments tend to turn into a welfare, turn in their welfare mechanisms to support their population. But it doesn't say what the government has to do, because otherwise people can sue the government to court and say because of I have no rights, you should pay me so much damages. You cannot. But what kind of government would also turn their backs on the people in this time of need is another kind of question. Is another question that we have to ask ourselves. So we are not saying that the government should not come to the aid of the people. What we are saying is there are two issues. COVID-19 came and hit the Gambia, of which the government has responded. It responded in preparedness, in sensitization, and other measures that is not related to the state of public emergency. Now, when it comes to state of public emergency, that's where now certain obligations are needed. When a government wants certain powers under the state of public emergency, then the state of the Emergency Powers Act says that there are certain obligations you have to fulfill to those people who are affected by those regulations. So, for people asking the government to say, give me food for me to stay at home, like I'm saying, it's a moral obligation, but not a legal one. But for a shopkeeper or a commercial vehicle driver who is restricted to open in certain times and close on certain times or reduce their capacities, they have every legal right to claim for compensation. That's the two we have to distinguish. The other thing, Madam Speaker, is what's the rationale behind the whole SOPE, the state of a public emergency? As mentioned earlier by other speakers, is to adhere to social distancing, restrict movements, conduct surveillances, isolate people who are affected, and contain the whole issue as quick as possible so that we can go back to our normal lives. And to do that, it has to be done effectively. Because if it's done at the way, at the rate it is going right now, we might be here for another 2 years, and we will still be extending the state of public emergency without any fruitful intervention. And the question is whether we can even sustain it. How many times has the government have to come up with so much millions to buy food for people to stay at home, to entice them to stay at home? We do it once or twice, maybe we might not be able to do it again. So it's a matter of urgency that we contain this virus as soon as possible, quickly as possible, so that we can go back to our normal lives. And to do that, the responsibility is two. Yes, the executive is blaming the citizens of non-complying to these regulations. But I ask you, where have you seen in the world where you pass regulations and expect people to comply without enforcement? You have to put your money where your mouth is. You come here now, get these permissions, make sure there is coordination. There is a plan, a strategic plan of how you're going to conduct this and with time frames, to make sure that it's done. And in our monitoring, Madam Speaker, this is what we found to be not available. We have found that the government has no comprehensive strategy. They haven't done the necessary impact assessments. They cannot tell you what financial needs or physical needs or human resources capacity that is necessary to do this job effectively so that the task will be done as soon as possible. There was no proper coordination within the ministries, let alone their along the line institutions that are supposed to conduct or execute the implementation of these regulations. We have also seen the lack of accountability, the lack of transparencies, and the disrespect for the rule of law in certain circumstances, which we think it should not be only an issue of observing, but we should actually follow the letter of the law to see that if these are true, we should actually take an action upon it, so that we don't allow the reoccurrence. There is still a need of sensitization now. We will all agree now. In the beginning, we have seen everybody were washing their hands. Everywhere you go, you'll see buckets of some sort with some kind of soap and water. Lately, that has not been observed. So we are going back onto not effectively implementing these strategies. And yes, the case where people are asking why mosques are closed when we are allowing other public places not to be open, there is a case. I don't believe that we should allow mosques to open. But there is a case because what's the rationale? That you asking people not to go to a mosque, which sometimes the numbers can be as few as one line, about 10, 12 people, when you are opening fish factories, allowing even foreign countries to come in, not only Gambians. So what's the rationale there? If at all we are talking about physical restrictions of people coming into contact, then we should not create such that doesn't even exist in the first place. So the advice from the Ministry of Justice and the Ministry of Health to the Ministry of Fisheries, I think should be reviewed. In fact, it's captured in our recommendation that these fish meal factories should be closed ASAP, to avoid any further risk of contaminations or transmission of this virus. There are instances of allowance claims. And Madam Speaker, the Minister of the Health did affirm to this during our consultations, that yes, if at all some of our monitoring were not exercised, and their part as well, to make sure that they follow the every single policy. There are people ready, to abuse public funds during this time of emergency. Yes, because he was giving us an example of people claiming to allowances in almost every region of the country. You go, you see, Madam Jack Denton, Madam Jack Denton, Madam Jack Denton, in every region. Are you in every region conducting, being the front line? No. It's only when they collected this information and put it together, they can see that your name is from every region. You have 4 Madam Jack Dentons. So there are people who don't mean well and want to actually abuse this opportunity.
Why not Honorable Sanaja?
Yes, okay. sorry. So we are very, we know the idea of actually having shorter time frames of these extensions. It's not because we don't want the executive to have the opportunity to execute what they want to do. It's basically to have this kind of opportunities so that we can reassess what is going on. Should the minister be given the 90 days to go about implementing this state of public emergency? This information he's receiving today, he will not have got the opportunity until after another 45 days from today. So it's good that we have, as often as possible, these interactions so that we can actually inform the executive of what is going right and what is going wrong. Last but not least, Madam Speaker, like other countries, this virus, this pandemic, has presented countries the opportunity to go back and reassess their economic postures. And a country like the Gambia, who depend entirely, I would say 95% of all the rice we need on imported rice. This is about time we think about what do we do with our local rice production. And we have just ratified $109 million for the rice value chain, and the former name called now Roots, and other agricultural projects. What are we doing to make sure that these things are working now? Because it's only a matter of time before the price of rice in this country will go to $2,000. It's only a matter of time. In the meantime, what interventions are we doing? Yesterday, somebody mentioned it, and I think it was an honorable member for Banjul South. There are women horticulture or women gardeners now who have harvested all their onion, but it's all perishing. What is the government doing to make sure that they buy these things off them before they lose that hard work that they have been doing for the past months to come this far just to lose everything they have worked hard for? So agriculture should be boosted right now across the sector. And the agriculture minister is here, I think, was here yesterday. We had a good conversation about this. And he needs our support, and we will give him the support, because otherwise we will go into starvation as a country. Last but not least, Madam Speaker, development processes that, like I said earlier, the minister is a brother, but none of us are above the law. If there is something that he did, that is not right, you need to be put across to him so that it be addressed to avoid the reoccurrence. So we need to actually, as a committee, if we are going to be allowed that opportunity, we want to delegate some of these functions to the FPAC, for example, to look at it, come up with their position and advise us what is necessary to do. Of the resources, somebody mentioned here, we are not sure how much money has been mobilized so far, because we have time and time request this information from the Ministry of Finance, and so far we have not received it. That's why we do not incorporate it into our recommendations or our report. Yes, the minister informed us and promised us that he would give us this information as of yesterday, so that we can actually put it as part of the appendices. But so far, we cannot report on it because we don't receive it. So moving forward, we need to actually do better on that front. to make sure our next report will be it will catch up there. Lastly, we need an audit trail on every procurement that has been done, as far as it affects public funds. Now, whether it's medical equipment, whether it's medical materials, because according to the Ministry of Health, they have spent $1.3 million on buckets on us. I cannot agree to that, because the buckets I have received, and after asking some of the members, we cannot amount to that kind of money we spent on the parliament. But whatever it is, an inquiry. Okay. Okay. So basically, Madam Speaker, some issues, it might not be all right to speak it now, say it out loud. But these are some of my observations. I want to add before the chairman, so that maybe he might miss some of these issues that I have highlighted today. Otherwise, he can elaborate more.
Thank you. Let's just bear in mind that it is not our mandate to audit, but to be presented with an audit report, which we will scrutinize.
We will request the internal auditor to give us an audit trail. That's what I'm saying now. We are not the auditors. I don't have that mandate. But the internal audit has that mandate. And we can request them to give us the audit trail of all these procurements. Yes.
Very much. Thank you very much, honorable members. May I now call on the chair of the committee to respond to the issues that have been raised and wind up the debate. Thank you.
Thank you very much, honorable Speaker. I have to temporarily remove my mask because I don't understand myself today, this Ramadan. Honorable Speaker, I will attempt to answer the questions that were posed to us as a committee, but in case I'm missing something, somebody can remind me. First, I would like to start with the notion where people actually are saying, I would say no to no extension. What we are saying, or what you are actually saying, if you say, I'm saying no to any extension, essentially what you are saying is there is no need for a state of public emergency. We have to understand that. If there is no extension for the state of public emergency, what that means is all the regulations we are talking about and all the recommendations some of you actually are talking about right now is null and void. We need to understand. Because you cannot ask somebody to do social distancing. You cannot ask somebody to go wash your hands when we are not in that particular state. We are in a state where it's no longer business as usual. We must understand that. So no extension actually means no regulations. And we have to understand that. And I'll attempt to explain why we made the recommendation. I said it yesterday, and I'll try to do it again today to explicitly explain why we say there's a need for an extension. Honorable Speaker, if we say no, based on our recommendation, essentially you are saying open the airspace. You are actually also saying open the borders. You are actually saying no social distancing, and in a sense, open the seaports. That's exactly what we are saying, if there is no extension. In this situation, in this country, there cannot be any gain, and some people are bound to be affected in some kind of way. The member for Serekunda has mentioned it yesterday, in fact, linking it to what people used to say about the AIDS, be infected or be affected. So we are almost around that end. But people will be affected in some kind of way. That's inevitable. But what we try to do is to see how best we can minimize that situation. Honorable Speaker, to go right along, the first one I want to deal with is about the education. I think there was a lot of questions being asked about the education. And I did mention here yesterday that our intent was to meet with the MOPSI, Minister of Higher Education, NACA, NDMA, but because of time, in fact, they were scheduled to meet with us on Thursday and Friday. The director of committees can confirm. But because of this session we had yesterday, we could not have done that. But otherwise, we were going to tell you exactly what the education sector is going to do about. However, as the vice chair of the education committee, I'm privy to certain information. But I wanted to be fair to my committee because they do not have it. That's why I did not give it to them. Because we wanted the minister to come and explain to us so that we can, together as a team, because we will really work very hard as a team to ensure we present this parliament. But because of the fact that I'm privy to the information, as the vice chair of the education, I will tell you exactly what we have as far as education is concerned. Honorable Speaker, we are all aware that the nationwide school closure that affects about more than 670,000 students in this country. Now, the ministry actually has estimated, these are words from the ministry, from MOPSI, they've estimated that the first 21 days, the country will lose 72 contact hours, the first 21 days of this state of public emergency. Now, the ministry was confronted with unprecedented choice between doing something or doing nothing. That's the option they have. That's MOPSI. Either let them do something or let them not do anything. And in any case, where do we stand?
I just want to understand you.
Yes.
Are you bringing something new, or are you responding to issues raised by, was this one of the issues raised by honorable members? Thank you.
All right. Thank you very much, Honorable. Now, the ministry opted for the alternative, which is to do something. But let's also remember, in the education policy 2016 to 2030, the ministry has already started the implementation process of the plan to digitize or to use ICT as a medium of lessons. In fact, we were told in our meeting that the ministry already has its own TV station and is currently working on having community radios in all the regions, and the purpose is to use TV, radio, and other platforms to strengthen teaching and learning in all the educational sector. So in fact, the COVID-19, accelerated this process because it's already in the policy. But when the COVID-19 came, then they took it upon themselves to actually just go ahead and do it because of there were things that were available. Now, in terms of the cost, just to make that area very short, the total amount that they spent is about 8 million, of which they were able to get 2.2 million from UNICEF, 250,000 from WFP, and 200,000 from ISECO through NATCOM. What that means is it leaves them a funding gap of 6 million that they have not paid yet, and they are trying to contact the Minister of Finance to help them. So essentially, that 35 million that people were talking about, it doesn't exist as far as the ministry is concerned. In fact, right now, they have a shortfall of 6 million, and they're trying to get help from the Minister of Finance. So I think that one, our education is clear. Now, with the issue of compensation, I'm going to skip that because my honorable colleague, the vice chair of the committee, actually did mention it. But again, if you go to the...
information.
Yes.
Honorable Speaker, does he really want us to put that on record? Because one would have thought that... I'm saying, Honorable Speaker, that does he want us to take that on record? Because it seems that this is not a report from the committee, and it's from another committee, and we are really gathering information from the report of the committee, and one would expect that once the committee receives this information, it will do more evaluation of the assessment of the information it receives by calling all the institutions. You can see him saying something finance, and this is true. I think that is premature because as a committee, they will have to invite all those stakeholders to validate and establish the facts regarding those things that he is telling us.
So that was the reason why I asked whether it was in response to the issues raised by honorable members touching on education.
Exactly. It was in response because these are questions that were asked by honorable members, and I'm obliged as the chair of the committee to respond. But if they believe that maybe I can skip it, because I was very clear yesterday at the beginning. I said we wanted to meet with additional stakeholders, but we could not. But yet still they ask questions on those. What do I do, or where do I stand? Exactly, I'm just giving information. I'm just giving based on the question they asked me. So,
taken by way of information and not necessarily incorporated in the report, so that at least people, thank you. I think that's a fair compromise. Thank you.
All right. Thank you very much, Honorable Speaker. Now, on the issue of compensation, I think the Honorable Member, the Vice Chair, actually has touched on the issue of compensation. And we really need to be careful as members of parliament, because we don't want to leave the notion out there that government is going to compensate everybody that actually has an issue because of these regulations. Because if you look at the Emergency Act regulation, emergency, which is clause 3, subsection 2 is saying, without prejudice to the generality of the powers conferred by subsection 1 of this section, emergency regulation may, it has not made it mandatory. And in fact, when we consulted with the minister, in fact, he said there was not even time frame to say that somebody has to be compensated. So let's just be careful before we make people believe that government is going to compensate them because they had a loss during these emergencies. For the report, Honorable Speaker, a member did actually ask the question whether we took into consideration the report of the Health Committee as well as the report of the Human Rights. Yes, we did. If I start with the first report, which is the report from the Health Committee, if you look at their recommendations, pretty much is in line with really what we recommended, because some of them already, they made the recommendation, but it wasn't done. Like the number one recommendation they had was provision of PPEs, which is personal protective equipment. The same thing. When we went around, it was lacking in some instances, and we've made a recommendation to ensure that everybody has it. Now, the number two recommendation they had, the new arrangements of the accident and emergency A&E of Edward Francis Teaching Hospital should be replicated at Banjul Polytechnic and other places. What we have seen also is that has been done also in other clinics that we have visited, like Buyam, like Bansang, and I've explained this in the report yesterday. So the issue of the sanatorium, we also in our report is very clear that GCCI is doing the renovation. So essentially, the recommendations that were made by the Health Committee, in fact, we did incorporate those things, as well as the Human Rights Committee. If you look at the Human Rights Committee, one of the areas was the Ministry of Justice further reflects some amendments in the regulations, which I think he did by bringing up amendments on the regulations. So we have done that already. Now, in terms of the Navy, a member did mention that it's impossible for the Navy to do what we recommended. Honorable Speaker, if you look at our report, what we said about the Navy, which was on page 34, what we are saying on page 34, that's one of our recommendations. There is a need to deploy the Navy to see immediately to curb illegal entry into the country and to ensure foreign fishermen do not dock on the Gambian shores without being subjected to mandatory health checks and quarantine. The Navy should endeavor to stay at sea 24/7 with periodic shifts in place to ensure their own well-being. Because we were told at the Navy that the boats that they have, they cannot cook. So which means they cannot be at sea for a long period of time. And that's the reason why we recommended this. But essentially, what we are saying is the Navy do not have enough fuel to be able to do this. And that's actually highlighted in our report. Now, in terms of the mass testing, Honorable Speaker, if you go back also on our report on page 24, it's very clear what MRC is telling us. They said the maximum test they can do is 100 per day. So, but right now, they are working to ensure they increase that almost 400 by doing certain things in the regions. We've also mentioned that in the report. So the mass testing at this stage, with light mass testing, I'm not sure really what number they're talking about, but they cannot be done more than 100 in a day. That's what the MRC told us, and that the ministry actually has confirmed. But they are working on something that would actually increase that from 100 to 400. We've mentioned that in our report. Now, the allowances to the health officials. I think this, maybe the minister, when he gets here, he can also explain further. But in our report, we indicated very clearly that during our consultations across the country, there's a lot of disgruntled staff from the ministry in terms of some getting allowances and some are not getting allowances. And the resolution we made as a committee was that everybody should be paid. Coincidentally, the minister was also speaking along those lines. Now, if you, and what they're going to do now is, if you look on the page 25 of the report, they're going to pay based on the level of risk that all these people actually are exposed to. So I think that area is also very clear. Now, on the religious leaders about mosque being open or being closed, I think our report also, when we meet with the Gambia Islam Supreme Council and the Gambia Christian Council, I think they were very supportive in the government's decision. And that's very clear in our report. They are very supportive and they understand the situation. However, if you go through the report, you will realize that they have some reservations. Because what they're saying is, when they see police vehicles been overcrowded with people. And yet still you are telling the taxi driver to reduce their number of passengers, they find it very difficult to phantom. And that's very clear in our report as well. So the Christian Council, the Islamic Supreme Council, they are really very supportive in government in ensuring these regulations actually are done. Now to move right along, Honorable Speaker, in terms of visiting all borders, like the border of Nyamanar. To be honest with you, Honorable Speaker, it was almost impossible. We couldn't have gone to all the borders in this country. When we go to Dar es Salaam, for example, the security officer was very clear. They said that from that point, all the way to Khartoum is actually open. There was no way possible we could have done every single point we have in this country as far as the border is concerned. That's why we restrict ourselves to Amdalai, to Keri Ayib, to Senoba, to Sabi border, etc. But it was not like deliberate, but because also we are cognizant of the fact that we have a particular time frame that we have to deliver to this plenary. Now, also somebody mentioned whether we have met imams across the country. No, we didn't, because we trusted the word of the Islamic Supreme Council. And that's the reason why we didn't find a need for us to go and meet any additional imams. Because the Islamic Supreme Council is the body in this country where most of these Islamic religion things are actually consulted. We consulted with them and we trusted the word they gave us. And that's why we did not go around to meet any other imams across the country. Now, in terms of public not adhering to the social distancing, then why is the need for us to say 21 days? Honorable Speaker, that's human nature. We have laws in the country, different kind of laws. But we are uncertain whether everybody in the country is following all the laws we have in this country. But that doesn't mean that, since if there are some people that are not following the laws, does it actually mean that we should actually just scrap everything out? No, it doesn't. That's human nature, and that's the reason why we have the courts. People will break the law, and they'll be prosecuted. But if we were certain that everybody will abide by every single thing, perhaps, maybe, there may not be a need for the judiciary, maybe. So what we are saying here that people are not doing these things because we believe enforcement is not properly done. That's what we believe, and the report is very clear on that. If proper enforcement is done, probably they will abide by these regulations, and that's our belief, and that's what we have in this in the report. Now, one also asks, why do we need to extend? Again, if you go in our report, Honorable Speaker, I'm not so sure if this person actually read the report. Honorable Speaker, it's very clear. When I presented the report yesterday, I said we are cognizant of the fact that the cases in Senegal at the time of reporting was 2,189. I said that. Then I said they had 23 deaths. Then I also said the cases in the Gambia actually are on the rise. Since we had the first proclamation from the president until now, the cases actually have increased. We are also aware that we don't have enough beds. The only places we have, which is the treatment centers right now we have, is a sanatorium, and those places at MRC, we don't have enough. What that means is, in case, or God forbid, we have 500 cases right now, we may be in trouble, and I think the minister can help explain that when he gets in here. The moment we have 500 cases in this country, we are in trouble, because there is no enough treatment centers as of now. And that's the reason why we are saying let's extend this for another 23 days from the committee, so that maybe before that time, at least we may have some more places as holding and old treatment centers. That's what we are saying. 21 days, that's what we are saying. Now, in fact, coupled with that, in our report, it's also very clear that to use ventilators and other people in intensive care with this virus, special skills are needed. We said it in the report. And those skills, we don't have enough in this country. And that's the reason why we believe there is a need for us to be more proactive by ensuring that these regulations we have, and to do that, we need to have this extended. That's what we are saying. MRC was very clear with us. The ministry was very clear with us. We don't have enough treatment centers. We don't have enough beds for these people. Ventilators, same thing. If I remember right, I think there are only 2, and there are 2 people that actually have been trained or well trained to be able to handle those areas, especially when somebody is in very intensive care as far as COVID-19 is concerned. But the minister can elaborate more on that. Honorable Speaker, another one did ask about the impact assessment. Now, I think we really don't want to say that we have done this, but I did mention in the report on page 35, on Appendix 3. This was an impact assessment for the tourism sector, which is really very clear about some of the losses that they may incur. Now, I think I was very specific. In fact, I read those particular lines about the tourism, where the hotels itself will have the potential to lose 6.4 billion, the restaurants about 33.8 billion, bars, tour operators, etc. I've actually indicated. This was a study that was done by GBOS in collaboration with UNDP, and that's what they submitted to the government. So the impact assessment on those areas was already done. But in terms of the impact on the other side, which is on the individual, on the people itself, I think it was very clear here that there's an impact. Because when you tell somebody to stay in one place, of course, there will be some things that they will need. But we have not gone further because we do not have the logistics, or we do not have the